All right, everyone, we have just 20 minutes until our registration opens for the 100-line sprint event. Come up and see us when that happens in just about 20 minutes. There's a timer on the screen. All right, I'm sure some of you are wondering what the rule set for the 100-line sprint will be. This is a pretty uncommon NES Tetris event. What we have is you are going to start at any level below 10. That means 1, 2, 0, 9, but not 10. You cannot start at 10. You get 1 free top out per game. If both players top out twice, then whoever has the highest line count there wins. It's going to be double elimination. We're going to be doing first to 2 rounds for the main bracket, and then finals will be first to 3. See Abaro over here to register. Registration is open. If you wish to register for the Tetris, the Classic Tetris 100-line sprint, please see us up at this desk here. Hi, come see us. The registry is free, by the way. You can do it for free. It doesn't cost you anything. We have just 12 minutes until the bracket will start. If you want to register, come see me over here. It's free. Have fun. All right, we have just 2 minutes. 2 minutes until registration will close. If anybody else wants to register, please see me. It is free. It is a 100-line sprint NES Tetris tournament. Attention everyone, the bracket is now starting. Can I have Abaro and Andy L on stations 1 and 2? That's the left stations up on the stage. And then Duke and Bidwell on the second station on the stage. That's the one to this side. We'll just run everything on screen. What? Remember, you can start at any level, 0 through 9. You get 1 free top out. You restart your game only. You can repick your level. If both players top out twice, whoever has more lines in the second game wins. Abaro and Andy L on station 1 and 2. Duke and Bidwell on station 2 and 3. Can I get... Three, 2, 1, Tetris! All right, so we're seeing 2 players start out on, or 3 players start out on 9. We have Bidwell. I don't have names up there for people. Let me fix that. Let's see here. And all right. These are some pretty close games. Arbaro with a slight lines lead over Andy L. We have Duke and Bidwell neck and neck right here. 24 to 27 lines. Actually, Arbaro and Andy are fairly close too. Andy transitioning to level 2. Arbaro is still on level 9. Some very clean Tetris from all of these players involved, actually. Arbaro getting a little bit high up, but then again, it is level 9, gets the long bar. Boom, Tetris for Arbaro. 32 to 27 lines on the Arbaro versus Andy L set. We have 37 versus 42 lines on the Bidwell Duke set. Remember, this is 100 line sprint. Whoever gets to 100 lines first. Andy L facing a little bit of an issue here. Doesn't have a spot to slot the long bar into. Got to do some digging. Arbaro, on the other hand, very clean Tetris gameplay. Doesn't know where to put the O. Has to block up. Create some garbage. Duke here with just 1 block covering up the well. And it's gone. As soon as I say it. Boom, Tetris for Duke. 55 to 57 lines on Duke versus Bidwell. Arbaro with a couple of lines lead. Looks like about 17 lines. Bidwell with a fairly dirty board here, but not going for the dirty Tetris, not building for it. Just going for cleaning up. Triple for Duke, triple for Duke. We have Arbaro with a 10-line lead. The gap is narrowing slightly. We have Duke here, 73 lines to Bidwell's 68. 5-line lead for Duke. Bidwell getting pretty high up there. Oh, Bidwell tops out. Duke with 75 lines. And Bidwell opts to use his free restart. It's going to be exceedingly hard for him to catch up unless Duke also tops out. On the top here, we have Andy L reaching level 6, and Arbaro's on level 9. Arbaro with 72 lines, Andy L with 62. 86 to 7 lines on the bottom there. And this is looking like a first round going to Duke unless something horrible happens. I just have to fix the display so it doesn't say that he has a 247-piece drought, the longest ever recorded. There we go. He got out of the drought. Let's go. And that is a round 1 going to Duke. Up at the top, we have Arbaro at 86 lines popping out. With 74 lines, Arbaro. On the bottom, 3, 2, 1, Tetris! Arbaro here, 0 lines to 79 lines unless Andy tops out. Andy will walk away with it. Level 8 here. I believe Andy did a 0 start, which is... He's yelling at me on accident. Level 9 here, 90 lines, just 10 lines to go. Bidwell here building up quickly, but has a drought. Oh, there we go. And that's the issue of not going with same piece for this. It's just Sprint who gets the better RNG, who doesn't get droughted. And it looks like Duke is facing a little bit of an issue here. Gets the long bar, but can't use it for a Tetris. Up on the top, Andy is searching for a line clear of any kind, pretty much. Just needs 2 lines to win. Duke here on the bottom, 17 lines to Bidwell's 21, and Andy wins the first round. On the top, whenever you are ready, please give me a thumbs up. We are looking at 25 lines to Bidwell's 29. Very, very close, neck and neck. 1 Tetris lead. Both of these players are playing very well despite the... we're getting some fairly long droughts on the bottom here. I'm seeing a... All right, on the top, they're giving me the okay sign. So in 3, 2, 1, Tetris! Looks like Andy opts for a level 5 start this time, while Arbaro sticks with the classic level 9, the maximum allowed for this. Duke here has some cleaning up to do, does some very smart solves in my opinion. And we're looking at 42 lines to Bidwell's 46. Oh, both even, neck and neck at 46 lines now. Now we're seeing 14 versus 13 lines up at the top. Pretty close. Ah, and Arbaro gets a Tetris. Boom Tetris for Arbaro. 18 lines to 17, still neck and neck up at the top. On the bottom, we're seeing 59 lines to Bidwell's 67. Very... Oh, and boom Tetris for Bidwell. We get 63 to 71 here. Duke here trailing by just 7 lines, 6 lines now, 79 to 73. This is going to be a close game. It could be either way here. Up at the top, we see Arbaro with a fairly tough cleanup on level 9. 31 lines to Andy's 30. Boom Tetris for Arbaro. And boom Tetris for Bidwell. We have 89 versus 80 lines on the bottom screen. Up top, we have a 38 to 34. It's Bidwell's playing faster. Just needs 5 lines to win. You can see Andy L up there. Arbaro stacking clean. Has one dirty piece, and boom, Bidwell takes the second round. Duke and Bidwell go to a game 3. While Arbaro and Andy L still battling out up top. All right. All both players ready on the bottom. Bidwell and Duke. All right. In 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Arbaro here. Both Duke and Bidwell are doing a 9 start. Pretty classic for both of them. Both. Arbaro with a 11 line lead against Andy L here. It's the level 5 versus level 9 difference. But Andy L is about to transition in just 5 lines to level 6. We're seeing level 69 lines for Arbaro, 59 for Andy, 1 more to transition. Down at the bottom, we're seeing 12 lines versus 8. This is a very close game. Bidwell close to the top. Has to find the pieces, has to dig. Gets good piece placements. We're doing well there. Just needs... That'll work. And Bidwell fairly out of sticky situation. 16 lines versus Duke's 18. Boom Tetris for Bidwell. Dirty Tetris. Arbaro up at top, 84 lines to Andy's 67. Arbaro could get away with the... Did he win last round? I don't remember. Yeah, okay. We're seeing 73 lines to 90 on the top, 23 to 31 at the bottom. Bidwell has some digging to do. There's a lot of garbage around there. Duke has a 2-piece covering. Let's see here. Duke gets the right pieces to dig down. Is ready for a dirty Tetris. Center well. Takes the double instead. Arbaro, boom, Tetris, and wins. It is now 1-1 on the top, 1-1 on the bottom. When both players are ready, give me the thumbs up, and we'll start that second round. Duke and Bidwell still neck and neck, 45 to 47 lines. Bidwell going for some cleanup, dirty triple. Needs something to fill in the... Yeah, that left space will work. And at the top, 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Duke and Bidwell still battling it out at the bottom. 53 to 57 lines, 1 Tetris. Duke has a cleaner board, but Bidwell has more material on it. Better well. Duke opens up that offset well. At the top, we have Arbaro and Andy L. Andy doing a 7 start this time. Arbaro still sticking with his good old 9 start. Duke with still sticking with that offset well. That column 3 well, or column 7 well. We're seeing 70 lines to 74 lines on the bottom, 13 to 10 lines at the top. Andy with the left side well. At a higher level, that doesn't really work, but at level 7, level 9, it's perfectly serviceable. We're seeing 18 and 18 on the top, 80 lines to 85 lines. Bidwell is leading by just 1 Tetris. Gets another Tetris. Boom Tetris for Bidwell. 7-line lead. Duke building out a slightly dirty setup here. Plugs up. Seeing 27 to 25 lines, still very, very close. Neck and neck up top. Bidwell, just 2 lines to go. Just needs 2 lines. 1 line here. A single will do it. And Bidwell walks away with it. Congratulations, Bidwell. Now at the top, we have Arbaro and Andy L. 37 to 31 lines. Boom Tetris for Arbaro. Arbaro setting up for another Tetris. Andy with a two block gap at the bottom left, but aside from that, pretty clean offset well. Arbaro takes the skim. 45 lines to 35, 10-line lead here. We're seeing a 47 to 39 line, so on boom Tetris for Arbaro. 51 to 40, 11-line lead, 13-line lead now with that double. Boom Tetris for Arbaro. 57 lines to 43. Arbaro trying to close out this round. Now this is a double elimination tournament, so that means that the players on stage, Duke and Bidwell, are not out yet. Bidwell continues on in the winners bracket, whereas Duke will get knocked down to losers, has to play a couple more games. And Arbaro tops out at level 57. Oh no, Andy could walk away with it here. 55 lines, Arbaro has to start over and can't pick more than level 9 to catch up. Duke and Bidwell, if y'all want to... Fair enough, fair enough. Andy L, 66 lines. Arbaro has to down press on level 9. Gets a drought. Building up for that offset. Dirty Tetris. Skims. Just needs the long bar. A 30-piece drought here. Oh no. Finally gets the long bar and can actually score the Tetris. Andy L, 71 lines. Boom, another Tetris for Arbaro. Boom, Tetris for Arbaro. 17 lines to 75. Arbaro's pretty much hoping that Andy L tops out here. Andy can play at his leisure, just needs singles, maybe a few doubles. Boom, Tetris for Arbaro. 24 lines to 77. Andy L gets the dirty Tetris up top there. OPs. Perfect. 29 lines to 84, just 16 lines to go. Oh, but Andy might be in trouble here. Has to clean up, keep digging, and it's fairly high up. Oh, blocks up the well. This could be it here. Oh. So our Borrow is now in the lead here with 36 lines. 40 lines. Andy, unfortunately, doing another 7 start. Has a 41 line deficit and is playing at a lower level. And that's part of why we wanted to run this tournament like this. It's fun for some of the new players. They get a chance at upsets. Triple for our Borrow, getting droughted again. 49 lines. Setting up for the Tetris, just needs the long bar. 21-piece drought. 25, 26, finally gets it. Boom, Tetris for our Borrow. Is ready for another one, just needs another long bar. And there it is. Boom, our Borrow Tetris. 59 lines to the 11 by Andy. We're seeing some down pressing on level 9. Getting some push down points. Of course, in this format, push down points don't matter. Points don't matter. This game mode is, of course, made up, and the points do not matter. Our Borrow has 71 lines, just 29 lines to go. Andy L has a mountain to overcome. But if our Borrow tops out, he can continue playing until he surpasses it. You can have chase downs in this setup. We're seeing 76 lines, 77, 78, just needs 21 more, 20. Our Borrow's playing very, very safe, just needs to line out here, 17 lines. Our Borrow getting droughted, needs to cover up the well, and of course then gets the long bar. A boom Tetris for our Borrow. Sitting at 92 lines here. Gonna go for a skim and a triple. And just a double to win it. All right, next up, if I could have Dave and Jason on Station 1 and Henry and 2D Caps on Station 2 here. That's Dave and Jason at Station 1 and Henry and 2D Caps on Station 2. So on this, actually, Henry is Dave's son, and we have Dave versus Jason and Henry versus 2D Caps. When all players are ready, will you give me a thumbs up? Remember, you can start on any level that is not above 10. So any level on the default screen. You can just give the camera a thumbs up when you're ready to go. Seeing thumbs up on the bottom. Dave and Jason, are you ready? All right, in 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Why are we not getting... What the fuck?
Alrighty, the players are off. Hold on a second as we get some technical issues sorted out. Looks like on the bottom match. We have Henry starting with a level 9 start. 2D Caps sticking with the cool pastel colors of level 5. Going to get a Tetris. Goes up to 13 lines. Henry has a bit of garbage to work through. So looking for his first line. All right, those are the wrong colors apparently, so that's okay. Okay, well, never mind. Okay, let's. Okay, so never mind. So the top both players have started at level 0. At the bottom, both players have started at level 5, but Henry's in a bit of trouble. Doesn't quite know what to do with that S piece. That Jay should help him out a little bit. Has a dependency over in column 1. Gets that bar over. That's that level 0 power right there. Level 0 power. Has gotten a few line clears, but it looks like that's going to be it. That's okay. Henry does have another shot. You can just start going. Only 25 lines back. So if you want to top out early, that's better than topping out late. In this format, Lombard Tetris. For 2D, he's going to get another one. So far, second pretty clean up to 33 lines. Here at the top. Dave has a couple Lombard dependencies, but that's maybe not as big of a deal here in this format. Jason's talking pretty clean. He's up to 17 lines. Dave has 5. Need a couple pieces kind of settled in there. Henry, a little bit of a awkward right side of his stack. So far, so good for 2D Caps. Up to 41 lines, nearing the midpoint here. And we get a piece. There we go. Henry just kind of trying to get some tucks in. Kind of the thing with tucks in this setup is that, you know, they do require a little bit of finesse. You're not able to really slam that down button. It's interesting because, you know, as a NES Tetris player, you're usually not pushing down. You're usually just kind of letting the game set the rhythm. So this is like a fairly, if you're playing a lot of classic Tetris, this is a fairly new challenge for you. Up at the top. Yeah.
Some players, I mean, they cut their D-pad or cover it with tape or something like that, and you just can't press down because the risk of pressing down on 19 or 29 are just too high. But in this format, it's completely different. It's very interesting.
Yeah. Me too. Yeah, I don't push down really anywhere. Henry's in a bit. Yeah, we have a famous Tetris player who. So Henry's in a bit of trouble. Doesn't quite get that bar over. He needs something to that left side, and I don't know. It might be cut off. Oh, gets that bar over. Beautiful stuff. But is it going to be enough? Oh, no. That S doesn't go where he needs it to, and that's it. Henry's going to top out for a second time, which means 2D Caps. You're good for game number 1. GG's. Up at the top, We got Dave rocking it, 20 lines in. Hey, Jason's at 41. So Dave is actually keeping himself in this. Jason has been showing off his stuff here. I believe he's a modern player. I could be wrong.
Who?
Jason?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Jason.
He's really good.
Okay, so Jason's a very good modern player. Yeah. Yeah. Wow, okay. So he plays Tetris, so he has a lot of experience. Sorry, we're getting live updates regarding these players from Possum here. There you go, yeah. It's great, yeah, it's great to see. Yeah, let's count them down. The bottom and for game number 2 in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. Maybe. Level 4 and level 5 start, so pretty close in terms of speed at the bottom. Let's see how that pans out. Possum, yeah. So.
What does starting speed affect when it comes to like trying? What is a higher speed other than? How does the reward part of risk reward for being starting at a higher level? It means that you can clear lines faster.
Yeah. So in this, yeah. So we had a question from the audience asking what's the risk reward in terms of like having a higher level start here. Means you, yeah. So one thing you kind of noticing, right? So we're watching. And if you're like really, really good at a 100-line sprint, you're probably not playing like this. But most players, right, when you move pieces to the left and to the right, they are still falling, but they're falling at the level speed, right? And you're only really pushing down when you have the piece in like the right spot. And that's like the safest way to play. If you're like really good at this, you're probably just like holding like the down and left at the same time. But I'm not that good. So if you do a higher level start, then the piece will fall further as you're kind of getting it in the right spot. So you do end up with a little bit of an advantage. At top, Jason's board getting a little iffy. Needs a Lombard to get this down, but if he doesn't get it, okay. Nice little L tuck to keep himself alive. Going to have to form a bar dependency with that square, though. And he might be in a bit of trouble here. Oh, the bar comes, but he has to cover the dependency right before. And, oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, that's going to be it. Jason will top out 63 lines in, so that's going to give Dave an advantage here. At the bottom, Henry trying to keep himself alive. We do have kind of, 2D caps, that square didn't quite go where he wanted it to. So both players scrambling. 2D caps, if he gets a bar, that's not going to clear anything. Because he has a big dependency in column 0. It's kind of the thing, big difference between classic and modern is that you do have far less flexibility in classic when you're near the top of the stack.
Well, and
you can't do spins, yeah.
You can't do spins, you can't hold blocks, and
Yeah.
there's none of that moving for blocks. There's like
Yeah.
3 or 4 major differences,
Yeah.
and it's really important to
Ooh, Henry. Ooh, very, very high. Ooh, oh. Oh, no, yeah, that left side is blocked off. Henry's going to top out, but 2D caps might not be too far behind him. So there we go. I thought that this was Henry's first time. Yeah, last game. So, yeah, both players have topped out. So we're pretty much have a clean slate. So both players can start their second attempt. As soon as they get, yeah, go ahead and start. Whenever you're ready, go for it. This is still game number 2. So as soon as you top out, so this one, whoever gets more lines will win it. At the top, Dave is 53 lines in. Jason is 8 lines in. So Dave has a pretty big advantage here. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I know. I mean Okay, Error saying you can't hold peaceful down his health. Thank you, Error, for the correction. I'm learning something new every day. Dave, which round is this? This is, yeah. Getting some questions from the chat here. Asking what round this is. This is going to be round 1, so we've just started here. We had 11 people enter, which means this is a double elimination bracket. So these are everyone's first game. Zrobot, you'll see him later. We gave him a bye because he's very good. Everyone else, all the other seeds are random, but Zrobot just got, okay, you go to get a round two, it's fine. At the top, yeah. At the top, Dave is at 60 lines. Has a bit of garbage to clear, but he can be conservative here. Jason's at 23. Jason's going to have to probably put his pedal to the metal here. He's stacking clean. He's doing it so far. Henry doesn't quite get that L all the way over, so he's at 3 lines. 4 lines. 2D Caps isn't clean either, but he will be able to get that well open. All important. We know as a lot of players are going to stick with that right well. It's conventional in NES Tetris. Henry will need to get out of this jam.
Well, and a lot of people here, we have a lot of newcomers to the scene, so a lot of people may not know why the right well is tradition. And it's actually because in NES Tetris, you can only shift the long bar in one specific way, and it shifts to the right when you rotate it. And, Henry's in trouble here. Henry tops out with 5 lines, so 2D Caps goes away with it. Congratulations, 2D Caps, for winning. And back to what I was saying, we have 69 lines for Dave, 39 for Jason. But yeah, so the long bar is just a little bit easier. It takes 1 less frame of DAS or 1 less tap to move it to the right well instead of the left well. It's a 5 tap to get to the left, a 4 tap to get to the right.
GG's there down at the bottom. Remember, this is a double elimination tournament, so if you lose 1 match, don't go anywhere. You have more Tetris to play. At the top, we have Dave at 72 lines. And Jason at 45. Still on their first game. We can get another match going on if we want. I guess we can do Possum and Bidwell. Yeah, so if you want to play Bidwell now, we can get that started. Well, we can get a start. We can after they finish their game. Okay. So prepare. Yeah. So once Dave and Jason finish their current game, we'll have Possum and Bidwell slide into the other slot. So prepare yourselves. Okay, thank you. Okay, sounds good. Double elimination. Oh, all right, never mind. Okay, yeah. We'll do losers. Okay, never mind. We'll do Henry and Dave. Okay. Henry and Duke, sorry. You're not going on soon, sorry. We'll false alarm.
Just wait for now.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah. Never mind. Okay, never mind. False alarm. Dave getting close here, 85 lines in. Jason's at 58, so he'll be...
On level 8 here, he did a 0 start, I believe.
Oh, wow, yeah, so Dave really... Yeah, go ahead.
Dave ran away with it because of the 0 start, but Jason, I believe, topped out earlier. So we have a interesting situation here where the level 0 start is actually on a better pace than the level 1 start. Dave finally on the proper level 9 here. It's the first time it's displayed properly. We're seeing 90 lines versus 62, a 30-line deficit. And you can see in the scores, Jason is leading on score, but of course that doesn't matter here since we are doing 100-line sprint. Dave stacking has some dependencies, can get out of them, goes for the skim. 94 lines to go, just 6 lines more. We're seeing it. Oh, no. Oh, good piecement there. Just needs 5 lines. Can't get the long bar over. No! And unfortunately, Dave tops out, so Jason is in the lead, 75 lines. Dave can restart and level whatever he wants right now. But
So Dave, go ahead and restart as soon as you can, because if Jason tops out, you want to go ahead and build up that lead.
yeah, so the MO here is to restart as soon as you possibly can. If you top out, just to make sure that you can try and catch up. If Jason tops out again with just 17 lines to go, Dave will be able to play until he beats Jason's line count. But this is a very intense matchup at the top here. Jason coming from Modern, I'm not sure previous experience Dave has, but Jason definitely the person to beat right now, at least until he sees Robot play. And here we're seeing Jason transition to level 9, the final level of this mode. The kill screen, if you want to call it that.
So Jason, this is Jason's second game, so if Jason doesn't quite get to 100 lines, it will be the mark that Dave would have to beat. So far, so good, though. Only 5 left. Oh, no. You see, Jason getting that T-spin, showing off his Modern chops. It's not worth extra points in Classic like it is in Modern, but it's still pretty cool. So, love to see it. Yeah, 100 lines, there we go. Jason will take game number 1. GG's. No, so we'll have Henry and Duke. Okay. So Henry, go ahead and stay on the stage. Duke, if you're here, we'll switch you out with Dave, and we'll get that match going. Yeah, Jason. Yeah. Yeah, they do. But we're gonna get go and get the match started. Yeah. So So the other.
Oh, wait, hold on. No, Dave and Jason. That was the first game.
Yes, but what I want to say is we should get the next match.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. No, well, like Dave, Henry, stay on. Yeah. Okay. So what we'll do. So the top match, we'll have y'all. You have one. Your match is still going, but we'll start this second match. Well, now that you're between games. So Henry and Duke.
No, Henry's on stage.
Yeah. So we need Duke. So Duke, if you're around, we have a match for you.
Yeah, right here.
There we go. Zero.
Sorrel got a bye, so he's on round 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're good. You got a bye. You got a bye, so you're playing next round.
We had 11 signups, so we. Yeah. Alrighty. Now we'll get situated. We'll count game number 2 of the top match and game number 1 on the bottom match down at the same time. Alrighty. Yep. Yeah, and then go. Okay, got it. And then beautiful stuff. And give me a big old. Yep.
4 are all good to go. Please give us a thumbs up, and we will count you down.
Okay. Well,
Button on the NES doesn't work.
weird.
All right. I see it. Thumbs up from all players.
All right, let's count them down in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. Cool. All right, everyone's off. And wait, so Duke is playing. There's some. right, so I can see we have a feed of Duke's match. He is playing. He chose a level 9 start. He's going to get a Tetris. He's up to 10 lines already. Sorry, 9 lines. Oh, yeah, but he's at 10 lines on a 9 start. Up at the top. Yeah. Dave started at level 0. Jason at level 8. It is anyone's game, though, because a top out can really throw the game into disarray. So we'll see what happens there. There's a Tetris for Jason. Oh, looks like we got everyone's game here. Duke started on level 9, so the colors will be off, but the line number will be correct, and the location of the pieces will be right. 8 lines for Dave. 16 for Jason. Jason looking to bring this one home. Henry has a bit of garbage to run through here. There you go. Dave will transition to level 1. That means he got 10 lines on the board. So once Dave hits 60 lines, he'll go to level 6, and that's kind of at the, I guess once he hits 50 lines, he go to level 5. Jason will be playing at level 5 until he hits 60 lines. So at some point, right, they'll be at a point where they are playing at the same speed at the same line count. Just the higher level that you start at, the longer that point is delayed to. Henry staying alive, but his stack looking kind of high. Needs something to the right side. His left side's blocked off. Going to get a bar down, but that's only going to be a line. So I think Henry may not be long for the swirls. Okay. Henry will top out, but he has another shot. He can start a new game if he wants. Duke's up to just up to line 58, so over halfway to that level 10 endpoint. At the top, Jason opening up a bit of a line lead here, 36 to 21. And the funny thing is, when you're playing conventional Tetris, or I guess, playing for score, and kind of this head-to-head format, a lot of the time you don't really want to be ahead in lines. You want to, hanging back and seeing what your opponent does first can be an advantage. So it's a very different format, very different strategy involved here. It's also fun seeing a lot of modern players kind of try their hand at the classic game. Because people in chat noticing how it's cool that you're watching Henry get better at the game in real time. You gotta just figure out stacking. So it's really that's always a really fun thing to see about these live tournaments. Let's see. Right now, looks like Duke will get a triple, I believe. That'll bring him up to 82 lines. Trying to close this out up to level 8. Lombard Tetris for Jason. That'll take him halfway to the 100 line mark. Dave's at 28 lines. Someone's playing. Jason uses that T to open up his well. Needs a bar, and he's going to get it. I kind of just learned the hard way. You do not want to be too aggressive with this. You could definitely fly I topped out twice on level 9. You could definitely fly too close to the sun, but you'll get the stack down. No great place for that L for Dave. He's keeping himself alive here. It will be in a bit of a high up dig, but it's level 3. Nice job getting that J over. Beautiful stuff. Great stacking. Yeah, Peaceman places, as a great commentator once said here in Henry did that. L didn't quite go where he wanted it to, but you know, it's definitely stacking, just steadily improving. It looks like Duke will take game number 1. Got out to 100 lines. GG's. You know, take a 1-0 lead. All right. Whenever players at the bottom are ready, give us a thumbs up. Quick score update at the top. In the meantime, Jason's at 72 lines, and Dave's at 37. All right, both players are already at the top, so let's give them a count. Sorry, at the bottom, so let's count them down for game number 2. In 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Yeah. got a little bit of a buko from the commentary booth here. Buko. It might have been up an octave or two. Henry clean so far. Trying to figure out what to do with that Z. Ended up putting in a pretty good spot.
Another very interesting thing about this is that a lot of the gameplay is actually figuring out how to stack pieces fast and efficiently instead of stacking pieces for score or for Tetrises. Clearing, 4 singles might be faster than clearing a single Tetris and setting up for a single Tetris, which is it's a very different dynamic from standard competition formats. It's very interesting.
Yeah, I think the main advantage for Tetrises in this format is that like each time you clear a line, it takes this like tiny amount of time away from you, right? But oh my goodness, Jason's in some trouble. Jason's got a top out at 83 lines. Could allow Dave. So Jason will want to get started again as soon as possible, waiting through the rocket screen. But that's going to give Dave a chance. He's 52 lines in. But remember last time we had a top out from both players. At the bottom, both players a little high here. Duke's trying to get it down. Henry has a little bit of a high middle. Yeah, so we have another person joining us in the commentary booth. Possum, sorry, we only have one mic, so we're just kind of passing it around. But hi, Possum.
Hello. I just sat down.
Beautiful. Yeah, so Possum has been great. She is the ex-president of the University of Washington.
X makes it sound like I got kicked out. I graduated. A moment, please. It looks like Henry is about to top out.
Yep. Henry tops out a second time, and Duke. Oh, sorry, no. Henry tops out for the first time and can restart to get another chance against Duke here. Duke, a very strong Tetris player, perhaps beset by some bad luck last time. Doing level 9 starts all throughout can be a little risky for some of those piece placements. You just can't do what you can on level 0, but it is faster. Jason up top has a pretty strong right well with some dirtiness in the bottom left. Drops the long bar down, gets a nice double to clean up. Dave in some trouble up there. 61 lines, needs a long bar. Will take the skim. Trying to figure out where to place that L. Needs a long bar, 16-piece drought, and just does not get the pieces that he needs. And that's going to be it for Dave. Gets the long bar on the last piece just to taunt him. We're getting a restart here from Dave versus the 24 lines. So both players topping out again on the top here.
So both players at the top are going to be on their second and final game. So that means whoever gets it further into this one will win. So there's no longer any sort of time offset advantage. Players are just trying to get Actually, there is a time, right? So if Jason ends up getting 100 lines first, he'll win. But if he tops out, then Dave will be in what kind of pretty much a chase down, right? He'll just want to get to, yeah, just a line chase down pretty much. Jason has 30 lines on the board, currently trying to clear up some garbage. Down at the bottom, Henry is at 2 lines. Would love a bar right now. Stick that in column 3. He's going to come. That's not going to clear any lines, but it'll make his board a little more manageable. Yeah. Duke only has 6 more lines. He's at line 94. This will be for the set. Lombard Tetris. There's 4 of them. Just needs 2 more. There you go. Duke's son in the audience cheering him on. There's one of them. One. He wants to end this with the bang. He doesn't want to. He's going to have to burn it, but that's okay. See, 21, huge drought here. But congratulations to Duke. He'll be moving on. GG's, y'all. And Henry, thank you so much for playing. It was great seeing you. It's like really cool. Yeah, finally gets the Tetris. Henry, like, clearly much better as this went on, even in this short span. So, like, watching some people pick up Tetris like that is so, so cool. Thank you for playing. I hope to see you tomorrow or later today. We'll see how that goes. So, GG's, y'all. Congratulations. Yeah, so go ahead and stay up until, the other 2 players are done so that we don't get a distraction. Jason is at 47 lines, is taking about next box height. Needs to get this down.
I knew a player, shout out Nia, who played with, did quals with a string across her screen to remind herself of where to stack up to. 2 back-to-back Tetrises for Jason. Again, coming from Modern, there is a bonus for doing back-to-back Tetrises. There's no such thing in NES Tetris. Jason transitioning to level 6 here. 60 lines to Dave's 25.
Jason looking to close this bad boy out. Is this the winner's bracket up at the top? So
This is Jason setting up for a T-spin.
there we go. More modern stuff going on here.
And there you go. Yep.
T-spin double. That's worth the same as a double. But I think in Modern that's like the pretty much the highest thing you could score, right?
Yeah,
it's the highest possible score. I'll have our Modern expert, Possum.
I am not a Modern expert. I only know that T-spin is the highest score, and I know that because I'm bad at them.
Yeah, T-spin triples. How do you even do that?
Well, technically, it's a perfect clear, isn't it? It sends 10 lines of garbage to your opponent. But for score, it's... Jason's nodding. He's like, yeah. But do believe it's a perfect clear and then a T-spin triple, but you can get to higher than a T-spin triple via combos. Yeah. And Jason in some trouble here. Able to clean it up, but looks like something got misshifted perhaps. Luckily, he's still on a fairly slow level, so he can clean it up. Doesn't get the, what is that, a Z piece over all the way. Can clear it out with the... I don't know if that's an L or a J. I can't do rotational symmetry.
Well, I feel like I surround myself with a lot of Modern players, and not having that ghost piece can be really hard for people.
Yeah, if you're a Modern player and you're especially used to ghost pieces or any of the holding or any of the nicer RNG that Modern games have in comparison to NES Tetris, it can be a very difficult transition. We're seeing Jason up here at the top gets a bunch of long bars, long bar burst, which just cannot happen. It can't happen in Modern. Gets another long bar, shifts it over. We're seeing Dave over here. Jason gets exactly the right pieces to clean it up, gets out of that. He is playing exceedingly well, gets the long bar, gets a double for it, 82 lines to go. Almost out of that hole. Dave from the behind, 33 lines, about 50 lines below. Jason gets another double, gets the 2 wide well, 88 lines, 12 lines to go. clears up that center well, is ready for a Tetris, gets the long bar, boom Tetris for Jason, transition to level 9, 7 lines to go, 6 now. And this may be the end of round 1 winner side here.
Yeah, that was a fantastic dig from Jason. Yeah, textbook, yeah.
I would have fallen off. I could not have done that.
Yeah, no, it's like, especially, you know, hard thing about Classic Tetris is how much harder. Yeah, so a little bit of mischief could add a bit of drama here to the end. Oh, but Dave's in some trouble. Dave, he thinks to the left and the right has the multiple Lombard dependencies, and Lombard dependencies are anathema. Oh, beginning piece is over. Jason only needs one more line, though. Jason needs a bar. That'll clear things out, but that's tier. Yeah! Sets up for a line really high up, and that's going to do it. Jason will take game number 2. And he's going to take the set. Great, entertaining stuff from Dave and Jason. GG's, y'all.
Let's see here. No signups. We cleared the... If I could have Possum Bakes and Bidwell and Parser and Jason up to the main stage, please. Round 2 winners. No, Possum got a bye. Yeah. Zro, you're going to be up next. Yeah. We're saving the best for last, okay? So, I don't know. I don't know. I put everyone in that was on the document. Yeah. Yeah. That's why that's part of why we're delayed. Yeah, Parser is right here. Yeah. Yep. Yep. It's fine. We just run it into the software and it works. No. You played first round. No, there's no second round buys unless someone DQs. Who is the person on the right here? Who is that? Is that Jason again? Yeah, that's Parser and Jason, right? All right. Overlay should be updated. We should be good with names. If those are incorrect, please let me know. I'm very bad with names and faces, unfortunately. You would think that I'd be better at it by now, but... Jason looking inquisitively into the camera, staring off into the distance. All right. And this is going to be round 2 winners on both sides. Let me fill that in. All right. All right, are all players ready? Please give me a thumbs up, either into the camera or into... Perfect. All right, in 3, 2, 1, Tetris! We're seeing a strong start for pretty much all players. 2 level 9 starts on the bottom. Possum and Bidwell, 2 very good Tetris players. Jason, Parser, Jason doing a level 5, Parser doing a level 0 start. We're seeing a lot of pushdown points in this mode. Bidwell getting Tetris ready already. Possum taking a triple. Bidwell, I think, got a Tetris, and I didn't see it, unfortunately. Which, of course, means that it doesn't count. We're seeing, boom, Tetris for Bidwell. 10 to 11 lines on the bottom. 4 and 4, neck and neck on the top. As you can see, Possum's going for more of a line-out strategy, something you would see it towards the end of a classic NES Tetris competition, going for, you know, low stack, consistency. Boom, Tetris for Possum. 20 lines to Bidwell's 18. Bidwell has a higher stack, though, and boom, Tetris for Bidwell. We're seeing 8 lines and 9 lines on the top, so pretty close, pretty close. A triple for Purser. Thought that would be a Tetris. Boom, Tetris for Possum. 25 lines to 25 lines, neck and neck on the bottom. Boom, Bidwell answers back with a Tetris. Another one, 33 lines to 25 lines, but Possum answers back with another Tetris. And we're really seeing a lot of very good stacking, a lot of push-down points, something you don't see a lot in NES Tetris score competitions, which is why part of why we wanted to run this. Possum misshifts, it looked like, misplaces the L piece, has to dig herself out of that, gets the long bar over. Up at the top, we're seeing Parser and Jason, 24 to 17 lines. Bidwell at the bottom, 34 to 42 lines, 8-line lead for Bidwell.
See, Possum's dig, it's kind of a textbook example of bowl strats. So a lot of the time, if you know, when you're just like Tetrising away, you're clean. You will be wanting to, you know, build up that on the left and kind of have that right well open. Once you misdrop, or actually right now she's just setting up dirty. But a lot of the time after you misdrop, what you want to do is you want to build up your left and right sides and kind of leave the middle low so you can dig out of it. And that'll give you a little bit more room to maneuver. She's doing a good job so far, though. She's at 48 lines. Bidwell at 58, so holding on to a bit of a lead. Going to get another Tetris. Up at the top, Parser has 31 lines. Jason has 29, so we got ourselves a close one.
Yeah, and Possum almost getting out of it and then getting sucked back in. Gets the right pieces, gets the L piece over, and is almost out of the dig scenario. There we go. Clean board for Possum. Bidwell, in the meantime, has scored only 3 lines. Oh, and Possum's back in it. They're neck and neck, 66 to 65 lines. Bidwell's going for some doubles here. One of the main advantages at the top level here is that Tetrises do have less pause in between them before compared to getting 4 singles or 2 doubles or anything like that. So you can save time on that alone. Possum getting droughted gets a triple. We're seeing 73 lines to 80 lines, Possum trailing by 5 right now. And then it's neck and neck up at the top, 47 to 41 lines. Bidwell gets a Tetris, 85 lines to 80, still exceedingly close. A very fast game on the bottom, assuming no players top out from here on out. Possum going for a center well, gets a triple with it, trying to shift that well over to the right. Parser and Jason up at the top, 56 lines to 49 lines. Possum 90 lines. Bidwell at 100. And Bidwell takes the first round. And whenever both players on the bottom are ready to go, let me know, and we will count you down again for game 2. Looks like there's a little bit of communication going on at the bottom here. I'm not sure if it's advice or trash talking. Bidwell, a very well-known figure in the Classic Tetris scene, and it looks like both players are ready to go. In 3, 2, 1. Oh, Bidwell false started. All right. Up at the top, we're seeing 62 lines to the 58 lines. Both players false starting. Oh, man. Bidwell is joking about, you know, we're having a lot of false starts over at the Mattress Firm Showplex. We got 65 lines and a little bit of a tricky scenario for Parser. 62 lines and a fairly easy situation to dig out of for Jason. And I do believe both players are ready on the bottom. So 3, 2, 1, Tetris. We have Parser and Possum and Bidwell at the bottom, both having strong starts. This is not same piece selection, so we are having a little bit of RNG in here, perhaps a little bit of randomness. Jason has a very deep 7th column long bar well. Just needs misshifts the T, gets the Tetris. Needs another long bar down the left side in order to clean it up. Parser up here needing to dig out some garbage on that right side. 79 lines to 70, so Parser has some time to burn to get through there. 81 lines transitions to level 8. On the bottom here, we're seeing Possum still with 0 lines, but a much cleaner board. Bidwell playing perhaps fast and dangerous, fast and loose with it. Going for singles and line clears and cleaning up the board rather than going for a more measured approach, perhaps. And we'll see if that strategy is more successful in the second round. Up at the top here, 90 lines to 77. Parser in the lead, just needs 9 lines to go. Has the left side well, needs a 5 to get it over there. So on level 9, it's not that difficult, but on higher levels, it might be, you know, hard or even impossible to get it over. Blocks up the well. The tops out at 91 lines. Jason at 90 wits the Tetris into 90. At the bottom, we're seeing Bidwell with 30 lines to Possum 16. Both have very clean boards. Boom Tetris for Possum. 22 lines to 34. And Parser has to start over while Jason only has 10 lines to go. Jason is getting a drought, 15-piece drought. Possum goes for the double, sets up for a triple, sets up for a Tetris, gets the pieces, 22-piece drought for Possum, finally gets the long bar, boom Tetris for Possum. Seeing 28 versus 44 lines, Bidwell with a 16-line lead here. Jason with just needs a Tetris, goes for the double, just needs another double to win it. Getting droughted on it, wants the Tetris. Looking for the long bar. Where is it? 16, 17-piece drought. 18. Goes for the double. And takes round 1. Congratulations to Jason. When both players are ready for round 2 of that, please give me a thumbs up. Possum, 40 lines to Bidwell's 63 now. Possum... not sure what's happening in the second game. There was a lot. It was very, very close the second game. Perhaps the change in strategy is benefiting Bidwell here, knowing that he doesn't have to go for a score and can just clean up. We're seeing Bidwell getting ready for a Tetris here. Gets the long bar. Doesn't use it for the Tetris. Instead uses it to plug up a dependency on the left side. Goes for a single here. Gets the Tetris. Boom, Tetris for Bidwell. 75 lines. Just needs 25. Looks like the top round is good to go. So in 3, 2, 1, Tetris. We're seeing a 0 and a 5 start, same as last time. Possum and Bidwell here. Bidwell, 16-line head start. 17. Head start. Lead, I mean. We're seeing 15 lines. Blocks up the well. Can't use the long bar for very much. Places it sideways. Use it to fill the triple. Oh, misshift. Can he save it here? He has some digging to do. He has to take it a little bit slower. This might be the chance that Possum needs to catch up. He's so close to... Oh, what a dig. What a dig. Not quite out of it yet, but so close to having a clean board here. And has a clean board with a well ready. Possum, on the other hand, used that chance to claw back a little bit, but Bidwell scores the last line needed. Congratulations, Bidwell. And Bidwell takes round 2 here.
Woodwell made it maybe a little bit more interesting than he wanted to, but completed a fantastic dig and took the set in a sweep. So GG's, y'all. A very, very good high-level match there. At the bottom, Jason is 14 at the top. Sorry, I cannot. I'm not going to finish that sentence. Jason has 14 lines in. Parser is at 8 lines. No players, a few holes in their stacks, though Jason's down a bit lower. Yeah. Nice T-spin there from Jason. The people of Washington State love it. Okay, so up next will be Zrobots and some dude named Arbaro. I don't know who that is, but we'll go. Okay, so also the loser of this current match, Parser versus Jason, will be playing Andy L. So that'll be Andy L. Look at that. Andy L's right here, chomping at the bit to play again. Parser is 29 lines in, Jason 23, but Jason a little bit of a misshift of that J. You'd think that Jason would like J pieces, considering his name is Jason. I don't know if that's how that works, actually. We're gonna get a pick up. Nice little flat clear there. Jason just kind of, in real time, just kind of figuring, oh, this is how Classic Tetris works. So there you go.
I mean, personally, for me, in Pentris, the W piece is my favorite piece in it. But, of course, most people don't know what Pentris is. It is a modified version of Tetris that has 5 pieces per pentomino, as opposed to 4. Here we have Parser and Jason at the top, 39 to 35. Very, very close game. Parser somehow moves the piece over like it's modern. Moves the piece over 4 cells while it's touching the stack, which is wild. What? It's lines cleared. I don't know how to turn it off. Parser and Jason here. We're seeing 40 versus 43 lines. 43 lines for Parser, 40 for Jason. So Parser may be starting to catch up with the faster pace of level 4 versus level 5 after doing a 0 start. So here we're seeing maybe Parser starting to prepare for level 5 speeds, which Jason has been playing the full time. Maybe allowing to stack cleaner, move different. I'm not sure.
Kind of interesting, the extra stats on this 2-player scene. One thing that you notice at the bottom is Tetris rate. When we're having like a score attack, normal Tetris competition, that can be a really good indicator of who is in the lead. But now kind of this format is like kind of an interesting way of indicating strategy, right? Jason's been going for Tetrises way more than Parser has, but they're about equal. They're exactly equal in line count, though Parser is higher up and needs to get himself out of a dig. $59 lines for Parser, 55 for Jason. Kind of a interesting side effect is that if you're still pushing down and you're up kind of high like Parser is, you might actually be taking a bit of a lead, but it's also very risky. And we're in a 17-piece drought.
Well, and personally, I can plugs up the well because of not having having the drought. 24-piece drought now in the transition to level 6. We're seeing some very high up play by Parser, but Parser might be able to make some more pieces skate like before. Oh, and oh no, mischief's exactly the piece that he needs. Jason at 62 line. Both players were at 62 lines. Parser now needs to restart and try and catch up. I'm not sure if he's going to do another 0 start or if he's going to bump it up. Maybe doing a 5 start. Okay. So doing a 5 start to try and catch up to Jason's 69 lines right now. About to transition to level 70. There we go. Jason perhaps trying to keep the stack a little bit lower now that he knows he has such a lead. And we're getting a very nice setup here. Jason getting a very nice little right well here. Gets the Tetris piece, and boom, Tetris for Jason. Parser over here trying to play fast and maybe introducing some inefficiencies via that. Goes for the double with the eyepiece. Let's see here. And if Jason does complete this, misshifts again. I know adjusting to CRT, it can be a little bit hard with the setup here, but does he go for the tuck? Does not go for the tuck there. We're seeing Jason at 81 versus Parser's 16, 83 here. Goes for the triple with the long bar. Needs to clear out do some spring cleaning. Clear out some pieces. Get a well open. But at this point, with the 12 lines to the, 12 lines left to the 18 lines, you might need, you might just go for singles at this point. I'm not sure. Brian, what's your opinion on that?
Yeah, I would play as safe as possible. That might involve taking Tetrises, but I wouldn't, I would burn myself out of any sort of, danger or rising stack or anything. You just want to get the job done. Currently 95 lines, only 5 left. Of course, a lot of people always want to try to fish in style. Get those brownie points. They're not really relevant to the outcome of the game, but, going out with a Tetris, always fun. Only has 2 more lines to go. 1 more, and it looks like with this J-piece, he will take it. Jason will take game number 2 and move on to the 3rd round of the winner's bracket. GG's. Great game, y'all. Alrighty, and that means we will have our next couple rounds up. It's Robot versus Arbaro and Parser versus Andy L.
And if you excuse me, I have to do a little bit of setup for this one because of Zro, our very famous young Tetris player here. Let's see here. Zrobot versus Arbaro. Yeah. This one, sure. Yeah, whichever. Doesn't matter. We'll fix it. Yeah. Yeah. So Zrobot's dad here, Duke, is also playing in the tournament. He's currently sitting in losers round 2. He will play the. It's too complicated. He's playing the loser of the next set after Zrobot and Arbaro. So Zrobot and Arbaro are going to be playing in winners round 2. And if you give me just a second, I will have the overlay set up. All right, and it looks like everything should be set up now. Let's see here. Everything looks correct. Oh, one more thing. We have to say that this is... You're good, Zro. I see you. I see you. This top one is actually going to be round one losers. And, of course, the losers bracket means that whoever loses this next upcoming match on the top will be eliminated from play, whereas on the bottom, they get one more chance, one more life, if you will. Now, everyone's ready? In 3, 2, 1, Tetris! Zro starting on 9 here, with a very strong start. Arbaro also level 9 here. Zro going for push down almost immediately. Andy at the top starting at a level 5 start, and Parser at a level 0 start here. We'll see if Parser can come from behind, which he unfortunately could not do last round in winner's bracket. Both Arbaro and Zrobot with a simul Tetris. Zrobot a little bit ahead on lines here, 7 lines to 4 here. Arbaro's a very strong player here. Boom, Tetris for Arbaro. Zrobot is doing some excellent stacking to get that left side well again. Looks like Zro is actually going for the kind of doubles and singles approach that some people have taken on. Boom, Tetris for Arbaro. Arbaro, more a competition CTWC player. We're looking at more going for Tetrises, so it'll be interesting to see how these two playstyles kind of mesh here. Boom, Tetris for Arbaro. We're seeing Arbaro behind by just about 19 lines to Zrobot's 23 here. Parser and Andy L up at the top. We have 12 to 18 lines. Andy with 19 now. Arbaro 23 to Zrobot's 28 here. I just turned it down. Arbaro and Zrobot both level 9 here. We are seeing 31 to 36, 38 lines now on the bottom. Arbaro with a very clean well here. Zrobot a little bit lower stacking, maybe going for more push-down points to get more rapid pieces. Arbaro doing some cleanup near the top of the screen, so maybe stacking high versus stacking low and going for push-down points is the strategies here. Parser and Andy L up at the top. We're seeing 23 versus 30 lines. Arbaro, Boom, Tetris. 46 to 47 lines now. So very, very close for these two. 49, Zrobot dealing with a little bit of a drought, but isn't LPs dependent yet. Now could use the LPs. There it is. Goes for the center drop there. And now goes for the Tetris. Boom, Tetris for Zrobot. Arbaro here, 51 lines to 54. Up at the top, we're seeing Andy maybe in a little bit of trouble versus Parser's fairly clean stack. Not sure if that was a miss drop or just where he wanted that piece, but we're seeing a pretty good competition, 33 lines to 40 lines there. Down on the bottom, we're seeing just a Tetris and change separating these two. 61 versus 62 lines, Boom, Tetris for Arbaro. Zrobot maybe covering up the well accidentally, or I'm not sure what's going on there, but goes for a very clean dig through it. Looking for the long bar maybe. And there it is, goes for it. Boom, Tetris for Zrobot. 67 to 65 lines. Zrobot trailing in score, but winning on lines now. And Parser up at the top of the screen here, maybe having some difficulties not finding lines. 21-piece drought. 36 to 48 lines here. Parser needs a long bar. There it is. Gets it over to the left and goes for the Tetris for Parser. Arbaro Tetris. 77 to 75 lines. This is a very close game. Arbaro winning on score and lines right now, except actually Zrobot just came back looks like it's 81 to 80 lines at the bottom. Exceedingly close, exceedingly fast game. Up at the top match, we're looking at Andy versus Parser. Andy's leading by 15 lines to Parser's 46, despite... And our Arbaro and Zrobot are neck and neck right now, 88 to 87 lines. Boom Tetris for our Arbaro, 92 lines, just needs 8 lines to go. 2 Tetrises. Tetrises? Which one is it? I think it's Tetrises. 93 lines. We see our Arbaro with a little bit of that classic swaying. We got 99 lines, just needs a single to win here. Just needs to clear 1 line. Where is it? Clears it up. Oh, misshifts. I think charging Das, causing the misshift. And Zrobot, if he gets a line here, he could win this. But our Arbaro takes it just seconds before Zrobot gets it. That is the closest game we've had today. That was an amazing match. And up at the top, we're seeing Parser with 61 lines versus Andy's 78, 79 lines now. That was exceedingly close at the bottom. And if both players are ready, you can give me the thumbs up. All right. Parser and Andy L up at the top. We're seeing 85 versus 64 lines. Oh, but Parser is in some trouble here. Parser near the top, tops out, and needs to catch up to Andy L's 89 lines here. Andy getting a drought here, 16-piece drought. Zrobot getting on the glove, it looks like. Maybe preparing to do some rolling. Okay. Gotcha. Saying it's harder to push down without it, so not going to be doing any rolling in this side bracket here. Andy L just needs 2 lines and wins the first round. Congratulations. And when all 4 players are ready, we'll do a double countdown here. All right, I have thumbs up from both Zrobot and Arbaro. Once Parser and Andy are ready, please give me a thumbs up. You're good, Zero. Andy, once you're ready, yep. All right. In 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Oh, this robot accidentally starting on 19. Arbaro, very nice reset for him. You can see the 1-point difference there. And in 3, 2, 1, Tetris. We're seeing a good start here. Up at the top, we're seeing neck and neck, 3 lines to 3 lines. At the bottom, both 9 starts, 0 to 0 here. Boom, Tetris for Zrobot. Zero gets a little bit better stacking, RNG maybe. And Arbaro running into some trouble here. Can't get a clean well. We're seeing 4 to 5 lines, 6 and 6 at the bottom here. Very fast clears, very hard to keep up with it, but they are neck and neck. At the top here, we're seeing 11 to 14 lines, 14 to 13 now. And boom, Tetris for Arbaro. Zrobot and Duke here. Boom, Tetris for Zrobot. Duke is Zrobot's dad here. He is not playing. We might be having I believe we might be having either a relay or a mind meld race later today. And so that'll be fun for some 2-player action, 3-player action. Parser and Andy L up at the top. We're seeing 21 to 26 lines. Andy L kind of having a little bit of a faster pace here because of the faster start. Zero has a much cleaner board here than Arbaro. Arbaro having to dig a little bit to get that right side well that Arbaro really wants. Zero, on the other hand, a very clean setup. Takes the skim to get a nice clean well here. And we're seeing 35 to 33 lines. Zero getting a drought here. Gets the Tetris. Boom, Tetris for Zero. Up at the top, we're seeing 25 to 34 lines. And he has some cleanup to do after a fairly dirty setup here. Zero going for the Spire and the Tuck. They're a little bit easier at level 9 than they are at 19, but it's still a very nice thing to see. Another Tuck. And Zero might be in a little... gets the Tetris. Gets the spin. That is one of the very few spins that you can do in Classic Tetris. Modern Tetris is a lot more forgiving with kicks and such, but there's no such thing in NES Tetris. Here we're seeing a 52 versus 54 lines at the bottom and 40 versus 47 at the top here. Andy kind of in the lead here from the start and continues to maintain that lead by about 6 pieces, or 6 lines. Arbaro here, 60 to 62, very neck and neck at the bottom. A boom Tetris for Zrobot. Zero having a very clean board here. Missed shifts, it looks like. Duke's telling me that that is the commentator's curse of the clean board. Boom Tetris for Arbaro here. 66 to 72 lines. Robot has about a 6-line lead, but that gets shortened by Arbaro's Tetris. 70 to 72 lines here. But Zero answers back with a Tetris. 76 lines to Zero's 74. A triple. 77 lines for both players. 78 on the bottom. Up at the top, we have a 56 to 66. So about a 10-piece lead. 78 to 77. These players are neck and neck at the bottom. Zero getting a little bit of a drought here. 24, 25-piece drought. Covers it up, and of course, only then gets the I-piece. Looks like a little bit of a misshift on the I-piece, maybe. And that causes a little bit of downstacking, and of course covers it up again just before he gets the I-piece. And Arbaro is taking this chance to score a little bit, but it is Zero is still in the lead, 88 to 91 lines, 93 lines now. Just needs 7 lines, 6 lines to go. Arbaro gets a Tetris to close the gap, but Zero only needs 5 lines to win it. Just 3 lines more, needs a single, and Zero takes the second round with a 6-line gap. Up at the top here, we have Andy L with a 79 line versus Parser's 64 lines. So we're looking, Andy L has a fairly comfortable lead here. Parser getting fairly high up in the stack here, needs the right pieces here. Doesn't really get them, manages to clear a single to open up the well there. Another single, opens up that little right side dependency. Zero maybe mullining a little bit. Andy has a very clean board here, a very low board, and enters the last 10 lines needed. But Parser in trouble here now. Needs another long bar. Nice adjustment to allow for the long bar to go in. And we're seeing just 5 lines for Andy here. We'll wait for a simul start. 97 just needs 3 lines. The double will bring you closer. Gets the single to win it. And Andy L takes the second round for a sweep in round 1 losers. Yeah. All right, and for this game 3 on the bottom here, this feels like it could be the finals with how intense these matches have been. Here we go. Both players are ready. I gotta switch the scene. Oh, you can't see him on this. Never mind. It's fine. Okay. We're going to adjust the cams for this two-player scene here so that we can get both Zero and his dad in scene here. So there is Zero. Yeah. So we'll just keep it like this. All right. Players, are you ready? In 3, 2, 1, Tetris! Very strong start for these two players here. We're seeing, you know, a couple of lines, or a couple of setups for Tetrises here. Zero answers with the first Tetris. And Arbaro's taking the triple, doing a little bit of faster stacking, but a little bit more dirty, perhaps. Zero, it looks like he's almost playing at 19 speeds with how much he's pushing down. And boom, Tetris for Zero, back to back. And another Tetris. A B3B, if you will. Arbaro taking another triple here. And another Tetris for Zero. 100% Tetris rate. And Tetris is, we're not entirely sure. Tetris might not be the most efficient way to play this game. But Zero doesn't care. A 5 Tetrises in a row here. We're seeing 91% Tetris rate. And 26 lines to Arbaro's 18 here. 21 now. It's a very close game still. Anything can happen. Either player could win this. We're about a quarter of the way through the game. Boom, Tetris for Zero. And just a Tetris gap between them. 3 lines now. But Zero gets another Tetris. We're seeing 38 lines versus 34 lines here. So just one Tetris separates them. Arbaro's ready for the Tetris, looking for the bar. Gets a drought, 14, 15-piece drought. Goes for the double. Boom Tetris for Zrobot. Boom Tetris for Arbaro. Answers back. 40 to 43 lines now. Very, very close. Neck and neck, if you would. And we're seeing Arbaro get a lead for just a second before Zero gets the long bar for a Tetris. We're seeing 48 to 45 lines. And we're about halfway done. And boom, almost simul Tetris for Arbaro and Zero. 52 versus 49 lines. Zero just a little bit in the lead here. And boom, Tetris for Zero. Arbaro trailing by 8 lines here, looking for a long bar, getting droughted. Gets the long bar, and boom, Tetris for Arbaro. Boom, Tetris for Zero. So Zero maintaining that 8-line lead here. And it looks like Arbaro is choosing to plug up the well for just a little bit to maybe make a more consistent setup. But Zero is using that chance to widen the lead. Now just a 9-piece lead separates them. And boom, Tetris for Arbaro. Zero is not Tetris ready. Needs to set up more. Boom. And now they're neck and neck again. 67 to 70 lines. And we're seeing 72 lines for Zero. And a triple for Arbaro brings them to 70 lines. So a 5-line gap between them. 6 lines now. $71 lines, and Zero's at 80 now. Zero just needs 20 more lines to win, not 2. That'd be very bad for Arbaro. Arbaro, very, very close game. 3 lines separate them. Arbaro maybe a little bit better of a stack here. Zero might be able to either fill that dependency or just stack up higher with how little there is to go. Zero getting a drought, 25-piece drought, 24-piece drought. Arbaro, 79 lines, 81, 6 lines behind. And Zero enters the 90-line territory, just needs 9 more, 8 more. And a Tetris will get you halfway there, 4 lines to go. And Arbaro can't catch up. 3 lines to go. Gets the triple, and boom! Zrobot takes the 3rd round here, knocking Arbaro into the losers round here. All right, so we're going to run losers real quick, losers round 2. Yep. All right. And if we could get Arbaro and Dave on this setup, this close one, and Possum versus Andy L on losers, that's going to be losers round 2 on the far setup. Dude, that was close. That was close. Yeah. Zro was saying that that first game was incredible. That was perhaps the closest match we will see today, but I hope not. I hope we get more close matches. It's wonderful to watch. So we are going to be running losers round 1, finishing it out, and then losers round 2 right now. So that's going to be Arbaro versus Dave here. Getting a little bit of feedback from chat here saying that the mic's a little bit quiet, so I'm going to try and fix that real quick. That should do it. Yeah, that's good. All right. Can we have Dave on stage, please? Where's Dave at? No. This is losers. All right. Is Dave around at all? Dave. Calling for Dave. Dave has a match ready. If he is not here in just about a couple minutes, I will be disqualifying. We have to be here for the matches, unfortunately. But if Dave is around here, please report in. All right, I'm not seeing Dave around at all. So this is the last chance for Dave to report in for the match. And if not, they will be disqualified. getting a view of the, what is it, the Washington Retro Gaming Expo here. We're seeing some Connect 4 action, some Smash Ultimate action, a little bit of Mario Kart, and some Madden, I believe. I think there's Wii Bowling off screen here. So really a very wide collection of games here. All right, and it looks like we are still looking for Dave here. If Dave is here, please report in. I am not seeing them at all, so we will probably be disqualifying and moving on to the next losers round 2 game, which is going to be Arbaro versus Duke. If Duke is around... All right, so we have Possum Bakes and Andy L. and Duke and Arbaro up on stream now. All right. And once all players are set, if you want to give me a thumbs up. All right. All right. And now, I believe we are ready for Tetris. So... in 3, 2, 1, Tetris! And we're seeing Andy L and Possum. Possum doing a 9-start, Andy doing a 7-start. Arbaro and Duke both doing 9-starts here. Arbaro and Duke very neck and neck here. Duke is a little bit better of a stack. Arbaro has, and boom, Tetris for Duke. Possum, boom, Tetris. 5 lines for Possum. And 6 for Duke here. Unfortunately, my co-commentator is playing right now, so when I take a drink of water, there's no one to fill the air. But we do have a very close game down at the bottom. Neck and neck, 11 to 14 lines. Roughly equivalent stacks here. Arbaro maybe with a little bit. Oh, a misshift for charging Das. Has to dig out of that. And gets a pretty clean cleanup here. Just needs something to fill in that 2-gap hole. And Duke gets a Tetris while we were waiting. While Arbaro was cleaning up. So now we are neck and neck again. 21 to 21 lines. Up at the top, Possum with a 8-line lead already. Andy having to do some cleanup looking for a long bar. Another Tetris for Possum. And Andy might be in some trouble with this match. Arbaro with 26 lines to Duke's 29. And boom, Tetris for Duke. Duke lengthens his lead to 7 lines here. Up on the top, we're seeing Possum get a Tetris for a 9-line lead here. And Andy is still trying to dig out. Arbaro and Duke neck and neck. We're seeing 33 to 36 lines here. And these gaps, these can make games entirely. But Arbaro just has a little bit more consistent of a stack than Duke does, I think. And gets a Tetris. Duke getting droughted. 16-piece with a long bar dependency. And finally gets it with a 17-piece drought. Gets a Tetris and a triple to even it out. Gets another Tetris for 50 lines to Arbaro's 46. Up at the top, we're looking at a 12-line lean by Possum. Arbaro getting droughted here. 18, 19-piece drought. Finally gets it on the 20th piece here. And then another one. Duke gets a Tetris, lengthening the lead to just about 6. Duke opts not to take the triple and instead set up for a Tetris. Arbaro gets a Tetris to close the lead. And it looks like Andy tops out with 40 lines. Possum maybe in a little bit of a dangerous spot here, needs to dig down. It's a little bit harder on level 9. Andy does a level 9 start here. And she's the first tendencies there. Arbaro down at the bottom, 66 lines to Duke, 67 now with the Tetris from Duke. 69 lines. These are neck and neck games here for the bottom pair here. Up at the top, we're seeing 5 to 71 lines here. Possum kind of running away with it after the top out, the unfortunate early top out by Andy here. We're seeing them neck and neck in the final quarter of this. 75 lines to 76 lines, 77 even on both sides. Duke gets a Tetris for 81. Arbaro answers back with the Tetris. Andy tops out again, which means that Possum has won the first round here. And we're seeing at the bottom here, 83 to 92 lines. Duke widening his lead. Just needs 5 more lines to win it here. '97 just needs 2 lines. 2 lines here. 1 line. Just needs a single to win it. And there it is. 5-line gap to win it. And Arbaro will take round 1. Or sorry, Duke will take round 1. Duke will take it. All right, so round 1. Oh, we're seeing Possum Bakes versus Possum Bakes up there. Let me fix that. All right, Possum now in the player 1 position. And it looks like are all players good to go? Can you give me a thumbs up here? We're looking good to go. So 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Arbaro going for an interesting start here. Missed shifts, I think. Did not clear the, I'm not sure what kind of setup that was. We're seeing Possum get an early... Oh, Duke gets an early Tetris here. Andy doing a level 8 start gets droughted into it, but doesn't really need the long bar anyway. Isn't Tetris ready. Possum, on the other hand, needs a long bar. Waiting for it, and there it is. Boom, Tetris for Possum. That was a triple for Arbaro, not a Tetris. Arbaro leading by 2 lines, but it's not a meaningful lead right now. We're very neck and neck here. Up at the top, Possum getting droughted, gets a Tetris. Boom, Tetris for Possum. 6 lines. Our 4-line lead here. And another Tetris for Possum. Keeping that lead safely intact with the increased level 9 speeds and consistent Tetrises here. Arbaro at the bottom, trailing by just 3 lines after that Tetris. And I think that was Possum who got a Tetris there. I saw the flash. I didn't see who got it. But Andy is getting droughted and gets a Tetris there. 29 to 25 lines at the top, 25 to 29 lines at the bottom. Duke leading, needs getting droughted. Decides to cover up that center well. And go for a double long bar dependency here. And Arbaro gets a Tetris here. dependency, but still needs a long bar for a Tetris. And boom, dirty Tetris for Duke. Arbaro, 35 lines to Duke's 41. Possum has a 5-line lead on Andy L here. And boom, Tetris for Possum. We're seeing 8 lines for Possum here. 8-line lead, 7-line lead now. And Possum really wants that Tetris. Decided to move the long bar away from the well. Looking for another long bar, another Tetris for Possum. 9-line lead at the bottom. Arbaro getting into a little bit of a dangerous situation, but manages to stack down with the Tetris. Simul-Tetris for Arbaro and Duke. And both at 54 lines, neck and neck here. Up at the top, we're seeing Possum take a 4-line lead over Andy, but Andy answers back with a Tetris. And now they're roughly neck and neck. Possum has to do some digging here, maybe misshifts that O piece. And at the bottom here, we're seeing Arbaro and Duke here, 64 to 60 or 59 lines. Arbaro with a very slight lead here, but Duke has the potential. Just needs some long bars here, but is getting droughted. A 38, 39 piece drought. What is going on? Where is the long bar? 44. Almost a 50 piece drought for Duke here, and finally gets it on the 49th piece. And boom, Tetris for Duke. And in that time, Arbaro has cleared a couple of singles and is caught up. 74 lines to 74 lines now at the bottom. Up at the top, Possum leads by 9. Now 7. Possum slowing down maybe because of some stacking issues. Needs to think more about where pieces go. Boom, Tetris for Arbaro. We're seeing 78 to 80 lines. We're in the final quarter of this. 81 to 81. They're neck and neck. And Possum tops out at 71 lines. Down at the bottom, we're seeing 87, 88 lines to Arbaro's 86. They are neck and neck. Duke just needs 8 lines to go. Arbaro needs 13. Duke needs 7 here. Arbaro needs 9. Neck and neck here. It's going to be down to who can get the pieces clear first. 3 lines for Duke. And 5 for Arbaro. Duke maybe setting up for a triple here. Takes the single. Gets droughted. And Arbaro comes from behind and barely takes it. That was an incredibly close game. And it is 1-1 there. Up at the top, Andy's in trouble here. Andy has a 2 wide here. Makes a very smart play to clear that. But misshifts. And now has to clear even more. And this might be it for Andy here. Gets the long bar, can't get it over. And unfortunately, Andy will also be forced to restart. So let's count down for this final game down at the bottom here, if both players are ready. In 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Possum here with a 27-line lead. This lead might be insurmountable for Andy as long as Possum doesn't top out. Possum can take it nice and slow, can relax. Whereas Andy has to scramble to make up for lost time. And it really does go to show that if you top out, you do want to top out early to have time to catch back up. Arbaro here in the final round here, just 2 lines behind, clears out the triple, has a very nice stack, and Duke gets a offset well Tetris. We're seeing 8 lines for Arbaro versus 12 lines for Duke. Up at the top, Possum leads by 34, 33 now. Duke is just banging out small line clears here incrementally, whereas Arbaro is building for triples and Tetrises pretty much. And a couple of doubles in there. Seeing Arbaro need either, gets the dependency filled and gets a nice clean well just in time for the long bar. Boom, Tetris for Arbaro. And Duke is trailing by just 2 lines here. It's a very, very close game. Gets 2 singles with the long bar. Arbaro here has a nice well set up, and just in time for it again. Boom, Tetris for Arbaro. 30 lines to Duke's 25. Gets another long bar, decides not to drop it down the well, and Andy's in trouble here. Andy gets a Tetris, needs to dig out up at the top. Boom, Tetris for Arbaro. Oh, Andy misshifts and doesn't place the L in the places it in the 7th and 9th or 7th and 8th column, so the 9th and 10th. And needs a long bar now. Where is it? And there it is, but pops out, and Possum will take round 2. Congratulations, Possum. And now it is just Arbaro and Duke battling it out here to see who will take this 3rd round. Neck and neck here, just a 1-line difference in Simul Tetris. 46 lines, 47 lines for both players. Boom, Tetris for Arbaro. And Arbaro, a boom, Tetris for Duke. 51 lines tied, and almost tied in points, too. Boom, Tetris for Arbaro. 55 lines to Duke's 51. Duke takes a single and a Tetris, has another long bar, decides to drop it in the 7th column there, or 8th column, or 6th. I don't know. Arbaro takes a Tetris there. 59 lines to Duke's 57. This is another very, very close game. And Arbaro has just a very clean well, whereas Duke has a little bit of a messy, but Duke it just needs exactly the pieces that he gets and gets a Tetris. 63 to 64 lines, Duke leads. But Arbaro answers it back with the Tetris. 2-line gap. And Duke gets another Tetris. He's doing a little bit of screen peeking while the Tetris drops, but it's not 19 speed, so he has to press down. 71 lines tied up. And we're about to enter the final quarter of this with Arbaro's Tetris. He leads by 2 lines here. Duke's singling out here, but he needs something. He needs to answer back. Arbaro has 79 lines and a clearer board. There's a 2-line difference, but these board states are massively different. Duke getting droughted, 15, 16-piece drought. Arbaro, 81 lines to Duke's 80. But is Tetris ready? Droughted, 16, 17-piece drought. Takes a couple of skims and a triple. And boom, Tetris for Arbaro, 89 lines to 87 lines here. 8 lines remain for Arbaro. Arbaro misshifts, charging Das, I think. Whereas Duke has 90 lines into a Tetris for 93. These players are neck and neck. 5 lines remaining for both. And Duke gets a triple to make it 98 lines to go. 99 lines. Just needs a single. And Duke will... Oh, wow! I believe Duke took that by a second or so. That was ridiculously close. That was an amazing game. And unfortunately, that means that that is all we will see of Arbaro for this tournament. However, I do believe that they will appear on comms here. I'm going to call the next match in just a second after I enter these scores. We are going to have Zrobot versus 2D Caps and Bidwell versus Jason. And that will be the round 3 winners side. can't tape it down. No, you literally cannot. It won't. You won't be able to press left or right. Yeah, it'll be on YouTube and Twitch, and I'll upload it to YouTube eventually. Yeah, of course. You might be able to find one at the con, too. Because it is a gaming con. Can you, Possum, can you adjust cameras for Zero? Zero versus 2D caps. Of course. And Bidwell versus Jason. It's not a very common event, so. Alright, are all players ready? Are y'all ready? Please give me a thumbs up if you are ready. Alright. In 3, 2, 1, Tetris! We're seeing 2 9 starts up at the top, a 5 start and a 9 start from Zerobot. All right, pretty standard start for all players involved. Bidwell goes for a weird left side well here, gets a Tetris, and Zerobot gets a Tetris on the bottom here. 4 lines to 0 now. 2D Cap's in trouble. Looks like a couple of missed shifts or something like that. Bidwell up at the top, a strong start. 7-line lead, 6-line lead already. Zerobot down at the bottom, exceedingly strong start. 12-line lead because of 2D Caps having to clean up. But a triple for 2D Caps and has a well ready. Oh, misshifts the O piece, unfortunate. And the S. And we're seeing Zerobot here take a 6-line lead here. And unfortunately, I believe 2D Caps might top out here. Jason not down 2 rounds there. We're good. Jason and Bidwell. Bidwell gets a Tetris 7-line lead for Bidwell. And 25 lines to 2D Caps having to reset and at 0 lines now. Zerobot has a 28-line lead here. So we're seeing 21 lines here for Jason and 40 for Bidwell here. Bidwell having a 20-line lead now. Zerobot down at the bottom having a 35-line lead. And boom, Tetris for Zerobot, bringing it to 40 lines total. And Bidwell here, 45 lines to 26. Bidwell using the experience and pretty much experience for stacking fast. We can see here, Bidwell's shaking his head. 53 lines for Bidwell, and Jason unfortunately tops out here. Zrobot here, 50 lines, 54 lines, boom Tetris for Zrobot. Zrobot here, 58 lines, 18 lines for 2D, 22 lines for 2D caps, gets a Tetris. Bidwell up at the top, 65 lines. Zrobot and Zrobot here at 63 lines, 2D caps at 30. Jason is at 5 lines versus Bidwell's 69 here. Bidwell gets 70 here. Zrobot at 69 needs a 71 line here. 72 lines here. Bidwell just needs 20 lines to win here. Zrobot at 74, 75 now, needs 25. And honestly, Arbaro's here with me with commentary. And honestly, I'm not too sure which one of these two players would win Bidwell and Zrobot in the next meeting. What do you think?
I think that I think it could be a very, very close match. I would say Zrobot just because I just faced him and he beat me. So you always kind of want to see the person who beat you do well. So it's like, okay, yeah, I did okay then. But yeah, no, I think that this format kind of plays to Bidwell's strengths very well.
Bidwell at 93 lines, just needs 7 lines to go. Zrobot at 92 lines, just need 8 to go. Bidwell just needs a Tetris or, 3 singles now. If he can uncover, he might be able... Oh, he's setting up for an O piece to win it. And there it is. Bidwell will take round 1. Zro here at the bottom just needs a single. Think he's going for a Tetris to win it here. Getting all of the long bars he needs. And shifts the long bar to the left instead of the right, I think. Gets a double to win it. And a Tetris for the Mullen. All right, so Zrobot will take round 1, and if we want to top out here so we can get set for round 2, both some very good games here. What? All right, here. Once all players are ready, if you could give me a thumbs up. All right, 2D Caps and Bidwell, are you two ready? All right, in 3, 2, 1, Tetris.
They're off and running. Both players on the right side doing level 9 starts, on the left side doing level 7 starts. As we kind of move further into the bracket, you have a win or 2 under their belt. This is both a winner. Both of these players have either won twice or gotten a bye. So they're both, seasoned veterans of the 100-line sprint scene by now. A little bit of a complication on Bidwell's stack early on, but he has plenty of time to work his way through it. He also has 9 lines on the board. Jason has 4, but he's set up. He's going to get that Tetris move up to 8. At the bottom, bit of a spire there for Zro. Going to try to get his well reopened. Will do so. 12 lines for him, 9 lines for 2D. For caps, maybe. I'm going to figure out the best way of abbreviating that. 0, longboard dependency, column 1, looking for the bar, fishing for it. Where is it? There it is, and that's a triple, but that doesn't really matter too much in this format. Up at the top, Bidwell, cruising along, 21 lines. Hasn't really been clean all this game, but it doesn't seem to be mattering too much. Another Tetris. Just getting the pieces. You know, I think with a 100-line sprint, a lot of what we're trying to do is, you know, quickly decide on a place to put the piece and put it there. And it doesn't really matter if it's the optimal piece. You just want to be quick about it. As you want to start pushing that down button as quickly as you can.
I'm back. I just took a little walk, and they are having Puyo Puyo Tetris on the other side of a wall across from us. Anyway, we're sitting at Bidwell with a 22-line lead here, and Zerobot with a 6-line lead here. Fairly close games, all things considered. Zero, I think, misshifted because he was looking at the screen. Bidwell up at the top with a commanding lead here, 20-line lead. Goes for the wrong T-spin. Flips it up instead of down. Zero here, Tetris ready, and gets a long bar to show off for it. 10-line lead for Zerobot, about halfway done with that match. Up at the top, Bidwell at 54 lines. So honestly, looking at Bidwell and Zerobot, who I believe will be meeting next round if these trends continue, I'm gonna be interested to see who would win, because they seem to have about the same pace right now. Like, they both started at the same time. I'd be very curious to see the matchup between them. Zero having interestingly a higher score than Bidwell, I think because of the Tetris rate, but Bidwell is clearing singles like a madman here. Zerobot goes for a triple there. 71 lines to 57 lines. Jason up top has trouble, tops out, and with 30 lines to go for Bidwell. Bidwell gets a Tetris. 75 lines. Bidwell just needs 25 lines to go. And Jason is going to restart with a 7 start. Zerobot here with a multiple eyepiece dependency goes for the Tetris, 79 lines. Gets the long bars, no more dependency. That just disappeared in an instant. Maybe a little bit of an eye burst there. And boom, Tetris for Zerobot, 85 lines to go. And unfortunately, 2D Caps tops out. It gets droughted, 16-piece drought, and tops out because of it. Zerobot here just needs 12 lines to go, 11 to go. And we're seeing Bidwell up here, just needs 5 lines, misshifts the Z piece. Is set up for a dirty Tetris and doesn't take it. Bidwell will take the second round up on the top screen. And in just a second, I believe, Zerobot will take this. Just needs a single here. Goes for a Tetris, and boom, Tetris for Zerobot. And that is GG's. We're going to do losers round 3, and then it will be semifinals and finals. Semis will be first to 2. Finals will be both losers and winners. Finals will be first to 3. Congratulations, Bidwell and Zerobot. Wow. We're seeing some taunting, perhaps, from Zerobot on stage. He's telling Bidwell that he's coming for him. If I could get 2D Caps and Possum Bakes on the first setup, and Jason and Duke on the second setup, please. What? Winners semis, I think. Oh no, it's yeah. Winners finals and then finals. So the next round and yeah. But this right now is first to 2. 2. Losers finals, winners finals, and then finals. Those will all be first to 3.
Okay.
So this one, and this one.
Okay.
Oh wait, sorry. No, this one and this, just this one, because that's losers finals. That's
So we're doing the winners finals.
semifinals, or winners finals will be, yeah,
Okay.
and then losers finals will be,
Will be pretty well.
and then finals will be. All right. Now this is round 3 losers. All right. I think we are good to go up here. If I could get a thumbs up from all players. All right. In 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Looks like we're doing all 9 starts aside from 2D Caps, who does a 7 start. Back there. Possum gets the first Tetris. Boom, Tetris for Possum. Tetris to Possum. And boom, Tetris for Duke. 2D Caps having some interesting situations here. Not entirely sure how he's going to get out of this one. Okay. Pretty much built out of it, just needs to clear it out now. Up at the top, we have 13 lines for Possum versus 9 for 2D Caps. Duke has 12 to 2D Caps 4 here. Possum getting droughted. Manages to skim out through the dependency and gets a Tetris. Duke gets a Tetris. 21 lines to 4 for 2D Caps. Possum with a narrowing lead now. 19 lines to 18 lines. Neck and neck here. Has to go for skims, not getting another drought. And oh, she gets it over. Okay. A back-to-back Tetris with a dirty board for Possum. And cleaning this up might take time that she doesn't have in this matchup versus 2D Caps. Duke at the bottom here, 28 lines, and it looks like 2D Caps did top out and reset. So Duke has a 30-line head start almost. 32 lines now. Possum, 33 lines to 33 lines up at the top. Possum just needs to burn through this stack, but she's having difficulty stacking down. Getting droughted when she needs the long bar the most. Goes for a skim to set up for a dirty center well Tetris. And gets out of the dependency for the long bar as soon as the long bar comes. 2D Caps is in trouble. Needs to get a L piece over to the left and can't. And 2D Caps tops out. Possum now has a 47-line at least lead over 2D Caps. And it's only going to get bigger here. 51. Up at the top, Duke is playing dangerously up here. Goes for some very good piece placements. Gets the long bar over. That one's a little dangerous on 9. Oh, does not get the... Oh, and Duke tops out. No! So now 2D Caps is an 11-line head start here. Oh, wait, hold on. Not 2D Caps. Where is it? I have the names wrong. That's going to be Jason versus Duke, not 2D Caps versus Duke. There we go. And it looks like Jason Did Jason top out? What happened there? Jason has not topped out. I'm not sure why that is. Looks like we're having some technical difficulties. There we go. And Possum now has a 73 line lead, or 73 lines versus 2D Cap's 15 lines. And a Tetris extends that lead for Possum. Duke over here with a 14 lines versus Jason's 21 lines. So trailing just a little bit. And Jason will rotate it into place and get clean. Does not have any long bar dependencies. Duke gets a Tetris. And boom, Tetris for 2D Caps. Possum up at the top, 86 lines to 31 lines there.
Alrighty, Possum. Whoop. Hello, hello. Can you hear me? Closer to the mic. Hello. Can you hear me? Possum getting pretty close here. 90 lines. Only a few more. She's looking to win game number 1 here at the bottom. Remember, both players have topped out once. Duke looking pretty close to. Yeah. Yeah, so the bottom, both games are in the loser's bracket, so both players hanging on for their tournament lives here. Go ahead.
Now, the interesting thing about a double elimination bracket, which is what we are running here. Oh, Possum's in trouble here and gets it still throughout the trouble, playing at the top here.
Oh, no.
And she wins, but tops out shortly after. Down at the bottom, we have Jason with 46 and Duke with 44. And whenever the top group is ready, you can give me a thumbs up. As I was saying, one of the interesting things about a double elimination bracket is that if you go through it without losing a game, your opponent in the finals has to win the first to 3 twice, not just once, because they have to knock you down into the loser's bracket and then also take the tournament from you. So you have to win 2 sets of 3. Duke gets a Tetris here. Possum and 2D Caps, are you two ready? All right. In 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Duke and Jason kind of duking it out here. We have 63 and 62 lines here. Duke very slightly in the lead. But these two players are neck and neck. Duke getting droughted when he needs a long bar to clean up. Doesn't want to rely on an L-piece dependency, but the L-piece comes right when it would have worked, unfortunately. Getting punished by the RNG a little bit there. And again, for any modern players who might be in the audience, the RNG in this game is exceedingly mean comparatively to new Tetris. It is not entirely, it's slightly weighted towards certain pieces, but aside from that, it is almost entirely random. There is no guaranteed pieces. There is no 7 bag. There's no 49 bag. Nothing like that. Down at the bottom, Duke just needs 23 pieces. Jason needs 27. Duke a little bit in the lead and has the faster board pace. Duke's board is also looking better. Gets a double with the long bar. 2D Caps is in trouble up at the top. Duke gets a Tetris. And 2D Caps will top out. Possum here at 24 lines gets a head start. Duke gets a Tetris, just needs 8 lines to go. 6. Here we go, 5 lines to go. Takes a couple of singles. He's just going to line out. Just like someone would if they were playing, I don't know, 19, 29 and doing a chase down. here, and Duke will take it. Whenever both players at the bottom are ready, just give me a thumbs up and you'll be good to go. Possum here with a 33-line head start here, or not head start, lead here. All right, and it looks like both players on the bottom are ready. So 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Jason kind of deciding where to put the long bar, whereas Duke is just slamming pieces down left and right. 2D Caps having a 89% Tetris rate and building very clean, but I'm just not sure if he has the tempo that he needs to take back the lead from Possum here. Possum at 49 lines. Dirty center well. Cleaning it up a little bit. That almost was a T-spin triple setup. But as she has said on commentary before, she doesn't know what that is. For the setup, at least. Here we're seeing a... Oh, 2D Caps tops out his second time. And Possum will take it. Congratulations, Possum. Now at the bottom, we have Duke and Jason. It's there. It's Maturino. You misspelled it. Duke with 25 lines, Jason with 14. .28 lines. Duke is maybe just using the faster pace of level 9 to push himself more. 31 lines to 19 lines now. Duke is having a 17-piece drought here. Needs a long bar. Covers it up the well. Will there be a punish for it? And yes, there will be. It's like clockwork. Every time you cover up your well, you get a long bar the piece, like 2 pieces after you cover up your well. It's horrid. The Tetris spirit just compels people to cover up their wells and then get punished, I swear. 46 lines to 27 lines down at the bottom. Duke looking to take down the sweep of Jason here. Duke is halfway there, but anything could happen. Duke could top out.
Just a quick reminder for those of you viewing at home. We have a Maturino for the main tournament tomorrow. So if you are on Twitch, you can throw an exclamation point Maturino in chat. You can claim some codes. This will add a quarter into the prize pool without you having to do anything. You don't have to break out your wallet. You just add a little bit of money for people to add. We still have bukus of codes to claim. So just go exclamation point Maturino, and that'll help us out and give the players some dough for their hard-earned player. Okay. Meanwhile, we got Jason's currently sitting at 38 lines. Duke cruising at 63. He's looking pretty clean. He knows how to play Tetris. He gets another Lombard. He gets another one. He's currently 1 up on Jason, looking to move on to the next round. Yep. Yeah, we're getting pretty far into this tournament here. This one's just for funsies. But, you know, it's a fun format. It's a fun thing people are doing. It's also, I am very impressed by Duke here. I know that. Oh, sorry. Can you hear me okay? Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, so, yeah. I am very impressed by Duke's play here. You know, his robot has been taking this scene by storm. But you know what? His dad ain't too shabby either, as he's showing here. You're nodding his head. Oh, yep, you know. Important to know that Dad also can play a little bit of Tetris. He's currently sitting at 82 lines.
Yeah, he's sitting at. He just needs 17 lines to go for. But he's getting droughted. Gets the long bar. Fixes one dependency. Needs another. Oh, gets it. Perfect. And then now he gets the perfect pieces. The Tetris gods are paying him back for kind of messing him up earlier. 93 pieces. Just needs 3 lines to go. And he's going to line out here. Just needing 1 line here. And boom, a single for Duke. And Duke will take this losers round 3 match here. Oh, wait, yeah, you are, because of 0. Yeah. The next match up, we're going to be moving to singles for the next rest of the tournament. We are seeing Zrobot versus Bidwell here up on stage. That is Zrobot versus Bidwell. No. And this is semifinals, so this will be first to 3, as will losers finals and the grand finals. So let's change this overlay over. Best of 5. And Zrobot, earlier in the tournament, I believe, had a little bit of gamesmanship trash talk versus Bidwell here. All right, here. It looks like All right, then. Duke is just sitting right behind Zrobot here, but in just a little bit, we should be ready to go for, this is our winners semifinals here, or sorry, winners finals. This will be first to 3. Both players are ready. In 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Oh, we need to change this. Hold on. Match 2. Why aren't you working? There we go. There we go. All right. And now we see we can have, oh. So a little bit of an interesting start for these two players. We're seeing Bidwell open it up early with 9 lines. Zro maybe playing a little bit too dangerously here. Needs a long bar. Gets the long bar, clears it out, and now is Tetris ready. Boom, Tetris for Zrobot. Bidwell now has a little bit of a dirtier board, needs to clean that up. And boom, triple. I thought that was going to be a Tetris. You can see here they are neck and neck, 20 and 21 lines. Bidwell is just a little bit ahead. 24 lines. And Bidwell has a offset 8th column Tetris ready, but does not get the long bar. He's getting droughted instead. And Zro will take that opportunity to leap ahead just a little bit, 4 lines ahead. But Bidwell answers back with a Tetris, another even again. And this is just a masterclass in like fast stacking, in my opinion. This is like both players are looking exceedingly strong here.
Yeah, so Bidwell was mentioning earlier he has a lot of experience in Dr. Mario speedrunning. So that's, that plus his, the fact that he's played a lot of Tetris before. Kind of coming together to provide a pretty good skill set for this one particular match. He's currently sitting at 40 lines. Zrobot at 42. Both players trying to dig down.
And we're almost looking at like a cheese build here, where a lot of players are going for, not really caring about like the bottom half of the stack because the speeds are so low, but they are, caring a lot about clearing lines quickly. And we can see a lot of dirty Tetrises, a lot of people, because you don't have to play for that long comparatively to Classic Tetris, like the CTWC format. And we can see they're very even here, 53 to 54 lines, 55 now for Bidwell. And just banging off, doubles, triples, whereas in CTWC formats, it really requires a lot more of, you really want to be going for Tetrises early on and then eventually petering off into doubles and singles. But a boom Tetris for Zrobot. And these two players are neck and neck here. Just a Tetris separates them in terms of line count. Zrobot has a significantly higher Tetris rate than Bidwell here, so I'm kind of wondering if that's the source of it or if it's more just a speed thing. And this is not the how high up you want to be with a drought coming. 15, 16-piece drought. But maybe it's better for clearing singles. I'm not too sure about that. You might be able to bang out a couple dozen singles that tall. And this is actually it's a technique used by the tool-assisted speedrun, I believe, was building up high and then manipulating the RNG to give you the pieces that you want for it. Here we're currently looking at the final quarter, 82 to 81 lines. Bidwell gets a Tetris to take the lead, 86 lines. 14 lines to go for Bidwell. But Zro gets a Tetris, 13 lines to go. Bidwell is Tetris ready, looking for a long bar, will take the skim. Skims seem pretty powerful in this, honestly, like comparatively. And boom, Tetris for Bidwell. And they're neck and neck, 93 to 92 lines. 6 lines to go, 5. Gets a long bar but can't use it. 4 lines for Bidwell, 3. 4 lines. It's 1 line to go for two players, and Bidwell takes it narrowly. That was an amazingly close game. That was I think, the second closest game after Abaro's and, was it Zero's? Abaro and Duke, which was off by about a quarter of a second. All right, both players are ready to go. In 3, 2, 1, Tetris!
A couple things we're noticing about this format as I, play it more and see other player play it. First of all, kind of going off of what Ren was saying earlier, I think there's a little bit of this trade-off between stacking high and getting, the pieces will fall quicker, right? They'll lock into place quicker, but you might be forced into playing a lot more singles and doubles, and also it's a lot more dangerous versus playing a little bit lower. If you do play a little lower, then, the pieces will take a little bit longer to lock into place, but you're able to set up for those Tetrises, and those Tetrises save you a little bit of time. Because I believe, someone correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that the amount of time you have to wait for the next piece to appear for a Tetris is the same as for a single.
I think it's slightly longer because I think the flash is longer for a Tetris, but I think that I do think the piece itself, I think it's dependent on height, isn't it?
Also, you're still clearing 4 pieces at once instead of, so maybe the triple is kind of goated here. Enhance experience. Hi, Kingsman. Both players tied up here, 24 apiece. Bidwell has a little bit more potential energy here. He's set up a little higher, so he can, if he gets more bars, he can turn those into Tetrises a little faster.
And we're kind of seeing I'd genuinely like to see this ran at more events because I think the meta would be very interesting with some top players. Might be maybe a Jonas Cup. I think that would be a very interesting thing to see. Zero with the Tetris here, 35 to 37 lines, but Bidwell answers back with Tetris too, and now they're just kind of neck and neck again. It's there's these two players are exceedingly evenly matched. Oh, it's enhanced experience in chat. But we are seeing, 44, 47 lines, 50, maybe a couple of lines for Zerobot lead, but Bidwell is exceedingly consistent and almost simul-Tetris there for him. This is, Mari, this is 100-line sprint. Oh, they rated. So first to clear 100 lines wins. Maximum of a 9 start. We had a lot of newer players in earlier today. And we're seeing Bidwell and Zerobot in finals here, or in winners finals here. Which means that the next person will be playing our very Possum, Bakes, and Duke will be playing, and that will be a first to 3. And then the loser of this will be playing whoever wins that match. And we're seeing 74 to 73 lines, final quarter of the game here. This is the deciding part of it. And Bidwell is kind of doing what looks like almost a TGM stack here, where we're looking at a very higher stack and a lot of space to go for Tetrises. 83 lines, 82 lines, neck and neck here. The last one came down to the wire, and it looks like this one will too. Bidwell maybe getting a little bit of a lead because of the higher material, and a Z-burst for Zerobot. 92 lines for Bidwell. Bidwell's running away with it at the end. Bidwell is locked in here. 94 lines, 95 lines. 5 lines to go. 4 lines to go. And Zero is catching up, but I'm not sure if Zero has enough time. Oh, Zero is 97, leading slightly, but Bidwell's building for a triple. will take the double, and 98 lines. 1 line to go for Zrobot. Just needs 1. Both players need 1 line, and Zrobot takes it barely. Oh my lord. That was just as close to the last game. Wow. What a game. What a game. Absolutely incredible. And best of 5. Look at this score too. These two players are neck and neck in score as well. 461 point difference. All right. Both players are ready? All right, in 3, 2, 1, Tetris. We've seen a couple of 19 false starts earlier today, and I almost thought that Zrobot did that because of how fast the pushdown was. We're seeing very solid builds from both of these players. This is not same piece selection, but we are seeing very similar builds, honestly. Zrobot needs a long bar now, needs 2 long bars to get out of this ideally. And Zrobot might be in trouble here. Long bar dependency into a drought and needs very specific pieces now. Zrobot might be off to an early, oh no! Zrobot can reset, but I'm not sure, oh no! Zrobot can reset, but I'm not sure that he has the time to take back 13, 15 lines now from Bidwell. This is devastating for Zrobot here. He doesn't seem to care. He's just happy to play Tetris, honestly, I think. he says it's very fun. It's fun. All right, and a Tetris for Bidwell here, 26 lines. Bidwell here with almost 30 lines here to Zrobot's 6 lines. A note, Duke is not playing here. Duke is Zrobot's dad. He's on stream for hype and maybe a few recordings from that side. But yeah, they're both playing exceedingly aggressively. We've seen this previously where 2 players who are very well matched will push each other, and it seems like that's kind of what's happening here. We're seeing a lot of very aggressive play, a lot of high-up play, a lot of maybe inadvisable recklessness, I would say. I certainly couldn't play that fast, but these 2 players seem to be very capable of it. 49 lives for 49 lives. 49 lines for Bidwell, 24 for Zrobot. And Zrobot might be able to take back this lead, but kind of hoping that maybe Bidwell tops out here or, you know, gets a very big dig. A Tetris for Bidwell here, 59 lines, just needs 40 lines to go, 41 lines to go. And it does look like Zrobot is closing the lead just a little bit. 20 lines for Zrobot gap here, 24 lines. He's saying, I don't know if I can close it.
Do you know that if you have big enough of a dig, they make you move to Massachusetts?
But yeah, we are seeing, you know, that about that 20-line gap. These 2 players are so evenly matched that if one player takes, you know, a top out or something like that, they're just going to continue that lead. It looks like it's a 25-line now. Zrobot maybe pushing a little too hard. Bidwell's hanging back, going for Tetrises, kind of chilling. A good triple cleanup from Zrobot there, but I'm not sure it's enough. 21 lines to go, 20 lines to go for Bidwell. And a Tetris brings that down to 16. Zrobot needs, 36 lines to go. 88 lines for Bidwell here, needs 12. And this is looking I mean, the gap has lessened. It's 20 what? Oh wait, no. 20 lines roughly. But I don't think it's going to be enough. Bidwell only needs 8 lines to go. Takes a double. Getting droughted. Double into a Tetris, and that'll do it. And Bidwell will take the 3rd round here. That means that Bidwell is at match point here. Just needs one more game, whereas Robot has to do a 2-0 in order to win it.
The thing that I'm kind of noticing, and I don't know if this is actually true, but Bidwell was playing conservatively there. He kind of just knew that he needed to take keep himself alive. I feel like in this format, that kind of can mean you take more Tetrises. Just because you're not like trying to cram that piece in there as quickly as possible. But yeah, great game. Yeah, it was a very even matchup.
And we're seeing some confusion, so we're switching to the rules real quick here for a couple of people in chat. In just a second. Zrobot, you good? All right. And we will be starting 3, 2, 1, Tetris! And we're seeing both very good starts from Zrobot and Bidwell here. Bidwell, of course, can lose 1 game here, but cannot lose 2. And both of these players are in winners semis or winners finals. So no matter what, both of these players we will see again in the tournament. I believe the next players will be playing against Duke. Or sorry, no, we're gonna have Possum Bakes and Duke next, and then the winner or the loser of this bracket will play them. All right, and we're seeing 5-line difference between them. Zerbot has a slight lead here. But, of course, Bidwell has more material to burn through. So he takes the lead with a Tetris. And that's kind of been the trade-off. When we've seen people, stack tall, they've had a lot of material to burn through. I kind of wonder if you could maybe take a lot of material into the late game, and when your opponent isn't expecting it, you could maybe go for like almost all Tetrises and triples if the pieces work out that way. But honestly, I'm just not sure how. Like, this isn't a exceedingly common competitive format like Score Attack is. So a Tetris for Bidwell, and just a Tetris separates them. Zrobot going for a left well here. The advantages of level 9, of course, being that you can shift over to the left a little bit easier. But Zrobot, transitions it over.
One other kind of note about the end game that we were making is that you do not want to have pretty much have as few lines left on your board as possible as you go into level 100. Because if you have built up for like 15 lines and you take a Tetris, you have 11 left. All those 11, the pieces that you used to form those 11 lines are wasted.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of other speedrun formats like Section Times in Tetris the Grandmaster, or I'm trying to think about what the other one would even be, like tool-assisted speedruns, I suppose, of Tetris, or NES Tetris or other Tetrises where they build up really high because it means that you have less of a chance to place those pieces. But that's very, very risky as a human compared to a tool-assisted speedrun, of course. Now, over here, we're looking at 60 lines to 56 lines. We're getting into kind of the final set of setup here. A lot of these boards will maintain themselves into the end game here, the last quarter of it. And it is kind of reminiscent of the other forms of NES Tetris where, you have a very defined pre and post. And it kind of feels like the 25 line mark is where stuff really starts to matter, and your gameplay can really exemplify itself. We're looking at 31 lines remaining, 30 lines remaining for Bidwell, and 34 for Zrobot, so Zrobot's behind by almost 2 Tetrises now. 5 lines, needs a Tetris to catch up. But Bidwell might be in some trouble here, clearing singles, but there's a lot of garbage on the board here. And taking some suboptimal clears here because of the RNG. Gets the long bar, and Zrobot is kind of using this opportunity to build up. And Bidwell will top out. And now Zro has not won yet. Bidwell can still... if Zro tops out, Bidwell can still win this. And Bidwell will restart at level 9. We are seeing a lot of... it's a very wide gap now. Zro only leading by 86 lines here. But Bidwell will shorten that up to 82 lines here. 9 lines to go for Zrobot here. A Tetris would help out, but, being droughted. Takes the skim into a Tetris. And just 1 line to go. And boom. Round 4 will go to Zrobot, and we are heading to a Game 5. This is the first Game 5 of the night. Hopefully not the last. Of course, the rest of the bracket was, first to 2, so. All right. Whenever you are ready. You doing all right? I think Zrobot's thumb might be hurting from pressing down too much. All right, Bidwell, are you ready? In 3, 2, 1, Tetris! We're seeing very strong starts from both of these players. Looks like Zrobot might be pushing down just a little bit more than Bidwell, judging by the pushdown point score there. Of course, the all-important pushdown point score. And Zro will take the first Tetris, but a simul Tetris. And Zro gets a tuck there, but tucks are slow in this game mode. Zro's saying that he will not set up for any more tucks. A little bit of another Tetris for Zro, and Zro has a 6 line lead early on. But as we've seen, that can disappear very quickly with the amount of material that there it is. 2 lines to go for 2-line gap here. And boom, Tetris, a 4 Tetris gap. And Bidwell will use the opportunity to score another Tetris, and so now they are neck and neck. 1 Tetris lead by Zrobot here. But the triple will clear it up a little bit, and now it's just a 3-2 lead. I'm not sure if Zrobot was going for a spinner, if that was the intended solve there. That was supposed to be a spin, is what he said. All right. And now, these 2 players are neck and neck. Bidwell has a little bit more material, but I think Zrobot's stacking is a little bit spacker. Or a little bit stacker. Goes for the Vits. Vits, let's go. Can I get a couple of Vitses in chat, please? All right. Can you post the bracket in chat? Oh, okay. And neck again. We're seeing 55 to 49, but of course Duke has a little bit, or Zrobot. Zrobot has a little bit more of material, and now Zrobot's in the are just 1 line behind. Bidwell gets a Tetris, 5-line gap, and a Tetris, 1-line gap. This is an exceedingly close game.
Zerbal may have a little bit more material, but Duke has a son. Those Game players trying to get out of a quick little dig here. Sorry, it's you had to be very, very close to this mic. I'm kind of almost licking it. 68 lines for Bidwell, going to get a triple. Looks like Zrobot has gotten clean. Lombard, Tetris. Zrobot a little bit of a lead when you consider the verticality of his stack. Normally when I say verticality, I usually mean that in a bad way. You have a lot of long bar J and L dependencies. Perfect clear!
Perfect clear! Yo! That's 10 lines. Wait. No, it's not. All right. Neck and neck here in the final quarter. 82 to 82. Zrobot maybe a little bit more usable height here into the final stack. Just needs 16 lines. And this is the decider here. Neck and neck, 2-line difference. Boom, Tetris. 7 lines to go for Zrobot. But Bidwell has more material here. If he gets long bars, it could be all over. A triple. Just needs 2 lines to go for Zrobot. Bidwell is not getting the long bars that he needs. Covers up the well. And that'll be it. Zrobot takes it. Congratulations, Zrobot. Bidwell, it's not over yet. That was a very close game. All right. Zro might need a break, but Duke does not get one because our next match is Possum Bakes versus Duke for losers finals. Or losers semis. Yeah. This actually this next match unfortunately will not be first to 3. I messed up on that point. I should have called this before it, but all right. Possum versus Dukes in a first to 2 here. Can you zoom in the camera for Duke? All right. Both players, are you ready? All right. In 3, 2, 1, Tetris. All right. Two very evenly matched players. That's why I always like double elimination brackets deep into them. They usually get a lot more evenness in them, especially for fighting games, I find. But this is losers semis, which means that the winner of this will play Bidwell in a chance to compete for the final slot against Zro. Zro a strong favorite to win at this point, but who knows? Bidwell and Zro could have the run back. Currently, we're looking at 15 lines for each, or 14 lines for one, 16 for the other, rather. And we're seeing a lot of interesting stacking going on because of limitations of the, like we're getting droughts, we're getting a 30-piece drought. Wow. I mean, we saw a 50 earlier, or 49 earlier, I believe, which is, I think it was a 52, actually, from Duke, who's, you know, player 2 on this setup. 29 to 27 lines. Now, Duke, Zro's dad, a very solid player in his own right, happens to be raising what many consider to be a Tetris prodigy. Possum over here, ex-president, graduated, I believe, from the former president, not ex-president, of, it's the, yeah.
She is the former president, not the ex-president. Ex-president apparently makes it sound like she got impeached. But she is the former president of the UW, University of Washington, maybe I should say it out. Most people are not familiar with what UW is. University of Washington Tetris Club. She revived it. She brought it back from the dead, and now they play Tetris at the University of Washington. Incredible.
I do believe it is mostly modern, but perhaps a couple more events like this may hopefully introduce some players to the beauty that is NES Tetris. Here we have, we're about at the halfway point, 50 lines, although I find the last, I think about the last 25, 20 tend to be the fastest lines in the game. Possum building up has a little bit more material, but there are some gaps in it, so it might be a little bit harder. Getting droughted again. She's been getting really unlucky with the piece RNG here. Gets the pieces she needs to clean up, gets a skim into a well, not a Tetris, but a long bar drop down the well. And now a Tetris in that well. And misshifts. It could have been a lot worse, but that was already a fairly bad misshift, unfortunately. It's the dangers with charging DAS and pressing down in this scenario. And gets a dirty Tetris. She is trailing by about 1 Tetris's worth of lines behind Duke. And Duke will get a Tetris to extend the lead to 6 lines. We're seeing a lot of, Abaro did it earlier in this tournament. Duke's doing it now, a little bit of head swinging. I think that's a expression that dates back to the CTWC 2015, if I remember correctly. Seeing some dirty builds up from Possum, but seems to be getting the pieces that she needs to deal with them. Another drought for Possum, only a 15 this time. And Duke is only 9 lines away from 7 lines now. Is Tetris ready? Oh, but Possum, Duke needs 3 lines. Possum needs 8. 1 more line for Duke, and Duke will take game 1. That was very close. 6-line gap for it. All right.
Duke now, if he wins this one, wins the next match against Bedwell, he will be facing his son in the finals, but there's a lot to go, and Possum and Bedwell, both formidable opponents they've shown themselves. So there's a pretty big storyline no matter what. Looks like both players are ready. I'll let...
All right, in 3, 2, 1, Tetris! We're seeing Possum maybe with a little bit more of a push-down strategy, this at least early on. Seems to be getting a bigger stack, and boom, Tetris for Possum. Looks like Duke, unfortunately, started out with a little bit of a drought, 18-piece drought to start off the game. But boom, Tetris, and now Duke has the lead. Just a 3-line gap. These two players playing exceedingly well. Early game. Both very competent Tetris players. Boom, Tetris for Possum. 12 lines versus 11 lines. Very evenly matched. And both DAS players, which is awesome to see. You know, rolling has become a very common thing, but it's always nice to see DAS have a comeback. DAS is not dead, everyone.
We're talking a little bit about whether we not want to have, you know, a DAS tournament on Friday or if we want to do a 100-line sprint, but I think this is actually a good way of highlighting DAS. Also, as Duke gets a little high here.
It's also just not really possible to push down by having a level cap. By making it so you can only start at level 9, it makes it so that you actually would probably be slower playing roll or tapping than you would be for DASing, because you can press down and DAS much easier. Although I guess hyper tapping it probably wouldn't be too bad.
Yeah, it looks like Duke is getting out of this. Needs a bar over to the left. We are currently sharing a microphone, so we only have one mic. I just want to let you know this because it's probably good, because I have thought at least like 4 really bad jokes, and I didn't get the microphone before I forgot what they were. So,
and Duke is almost out of it. Needs a 53-piece drought. What is going on? And finally gets it 56-piece drought. Absolutely ridiculous drought. 2 pieces in. Oh no! A misshift. And he's almost out of what seemed to be an impossible situation. But no! And Duke will top out, giving Possum a lead here. 43-line lead, at least. We'll see where it sits when Duke is back playing. Yeah, 44-line lead. But Possum doesn't have that clean of a stack, but now can take her time, doesn't need to press down as much because of that, maybe not insurmountable, but very, very large lead. And you can see Possum is doing pretty much exactly that, taking her time, relaxing, and being able to clean up this stack probably a little bit better than she would be able to if she had the pressure of Duke bearing down on her there. And so it's kind of an interesting setup.
yeah, the Possum took care of that really kind of gnarly-looking spire in the middle of her stack. She knows she can play safe, and she's going to get a long bar. That split triple is going to kind of pretty much put her right in safety. One thing I kind of wanted to note earlier is that kind of a large difference in the stacking style that we have here. It can be due to the fact that you really want to avoid tucks as much as possible in this format. Whereas kind of the higher level, the more, yeah.
Sorry, did you just see that adjustment from Possum? That was amazing. The T double rotate to get the L in place instead of what would have opened up for a J. That was a really good adjustment.
Yeah, she's been impressing. I will be perfectly honest. We'll see. We'll definitely see more from her tomorrow. Possum did win the silver bracket last year at this event, but clearly much better. I mean, she is definitely much improved. Sorry, how do I phrase that in a way that doesn't sound weird? Anyway, much improved. She gets a Tetris up to 83, only 17 more lines, and Duke's board not looking great, but looks like he'll get out of it. Try to keep himself alive in case something goes awry with Possum here in the final home stretch.
Yeah, and that's why we kind of decided on the you get one restart ideal, because you don't really want to. I kind of think of it like rounds in a fighting game. You know, you want to be able to reset. Oh, Possum kind of in danger here. Needs an eyepiece here. Get some clears. Can't get the T over, and Possum tops out, giving Duke a 44-line clear or lead. Now, if Duke tops out in this next upcoming bit, Possum just has to beat his score here, or his line count here, and she will continue on. Looks like she accidentally started a 19. But this is looking maybe not amazing for Possum here.
I actually started on 19. Zero actually started on 19 when he was playing me. So yeah, it's a thing. You're used to holding down that start button or A button when you hit start. So. Okay, so Duke trying to keep himself alive here. That's really all he needs to do. 62 lines, needs to get up to 100. So about almost to a 2/3 of the way there. Boston, though, quite an incredible tournament, making it her way to the loser semifinals. It's weird calling it semifinals because there is only one semifinal match. But yeah. Winner of this one will move on to face Chris Bidwell, Dr. Mario player extraordinaire. Both players looking pretty clean. Looks like Possum might be rocking the left well. She's set up. Duke is set up. Duke just takes the triple, takes another triple. You don't need to do nothing fancy. There's a bar dependency on Duke's side, so likes some pieces to, guess to cover it before the bar comes. Ends up forming a dependency when it does. So the board is creeping up. Still manageable, though. 20 lines to go. There's a long bar and a triple for Possum. 33 lines. Possum also not in any real pace pressure, I would say, right? Because she's probably not going to catch up to Duke. She's mostly hoping he tops out. So she wants to keep herself alive as well. 14 lines to go for Duke. He's up fairly high, but this board is definitely a little less wrangly than it was. He's going to keep it down. I keep looking at the scores. Duke passes the 100,000 line point mark. I don't know if that matters. He is, more importantly, he's 7 lines away from taking the set. Just needs some good pieces. That bar is going to help him out quite a bit. All right. 2 more. 1 more. Squares are kind of delaying things a little bit. Oh, my God. Okay, that bar will crank him up over 100 lines, and Duke will take game number 2 and the set. GG's. Congratulations. Great tournament for Possum. Thank you so much for all your help here. She has been a star in getting this whole thing organized. So thank you, Possum. But Duke will move on to face Chris Bedwell in the finals. Yeah, right now. Well, you can take a few minute break if you want. Yeah, of course. Yeah. You played a bunch in a row. Duke has been up on their stage for a while, so he's probably going to be on the stage for the rest of this entire tournament. So going to take a little bit of a break so he can get some water, clear his mind before he returns to the limelight.
Oh, that is not the right bracket. I shouldn't be showing that. Let's do this one. This one's good. Let's see what I can do here. We're gonna copy this. We're gonna go to waiting. Oh, it's already in there. Yes. We're going to apply a filter. We're doing some immediate. Oh no, not that one. That's not the color we want. All right. I don't know why it's got the rules too, but that's okay. I'm not too worried. All right. We're just chilling out here at the Washington State Gaming Expo. We got some Connect 4 over there. We got Wii Bowling over there. I believe there is Mario Party and Smash Brothers and all sorts of party games around. We're currently debating over whether or not there are parties like Tetris parties, which I think there are other parties that are like Tetris parties, like Puyo Puyo parties, or like, I don't know. Yeah, Panel de Pon parties, or that's a Tetris party. Okay, would a Tetris attack party and a Tetris party be the same thing or different? Just discuss. No, you don't get to make your case.
Okay, well, I think that a Tetris attack party would be more similar to a Tetris party than Tetris attack is to Tetris.
I think that's my point, is that the two things would be separate. We'll get back to you on that. In case, we're gonna pan this over, and
there we go. We're back. Okay, so one other thing is that I feel like a NES Tetris party is different from like a modern Tetris party because you don't have people lugging around heavy CRTs.
So in that case, like a Melee party.
Yeah, okay.
Wait, we just reinvented Genesis. Let's go, Genesis. We are dropping a lot of frames, unfortunately. I'm gonna adjust our bit rate down just a little bit to, I think, about 375. There we go. Looks like it. All right. Yeah, we've been having a little bit of issues with the multitude of ways you can connect to the internet here, and Wi-Fi is pretty much the only way possible right now, unfortunately. But
big props to Ren. She's doing a really good job, kind of very knowledgeable about the tech stuff, and she's doing what she can to keep this stream smooth and as high quality as we can get it. The venue staff here have been great as well. We just don't have a way to hook ourselves up to the hardwire internet. So hopefully this is still a fun stream to watch. I think we're having a good time over here.
I hate commentary. I'm joking. I love commentary. Barrow's telling me to make them do it, but I love commentary. I look up to a lot of the commentary greats, and I am very happy that I've been able to, like, honestly, I'm amazed that they let me, like, eat at their table and stuff. Like, we had a lunchroom, and I feel like I'm the outsider in it, but it turns out that I'm not. It's wonderful. I'm not sure if the stream actually went down or if we are just dropping some frames here. That's a bar. I thought it was Gerald Freeman for a second. Low quality cam. Yeah, fair enough. I think at a distance you could be mistaken for Gerald Freeman, right?
I can see that, yeah. I feel like we have different faces, but we have like similar color and similar light hair.
So the verdict is similar some things, dissimilar other things. Harder to see the dissimilar things when the camera's fuzzier. I would agree with that. Yeah, we see ya. We're good. We're on all platforms. Wonderful. All right. Luckily, you aren't missing anything because right now we are just waiting for Duke to get back, which he just did. So we are going to show you real quick. We have the rules one last time, which is You can start at any level between 0 and 9. You get 1 free top out. You can restart your game only, but you can repick your level to a legal 1. If both players top out twice, whoever has more lines in the second game wins. And it is double elimination. And this next upcoming round will be first to 3. All right. And I do believe we are just about ready to go. Just have to do a little bit of camera adjustment. And we should be good. All right. Duke. And you're not Possum Bakes. Hold on. All right. Duke and Bidwell. This is... Where the heck is the bracket? Let me just pull up the bracket real quick, and we should be good to go. It's Maturino? Is it? No, not Maturino. What's it called? It's not Circuit TV. What's the other one? What's the platform called? Thank you. That's all I needed. All right, we are good to go. And yeah, sure enough. Oh, wait. No, it's supposed to be Possum up there. Wait, no. Did Possum Bakes and Duke? Oh, we didn't do that one yet. Yeah, we're good. I didn't insert it yet. Duke won like that. Perfect. All right. Yep, this is losers finals. Winner of this plays against Zrobot, so we could have either the person who knocked Bidwell down into losers or the father versus son matchup. All right. In 3, 2, 1, Tetris! Of course, both level 9 stars. Both of these players are more than capable of playing level 9. Some very good play here. Bidwell, stacking up, needs a... Yeah, that works to fill that dependency. We have 3 lines versus 5, or 5 versus 5 lines now. And a triple and a Tetris to make it 8 to 9 here. Duke does not have a life, or 1 here. Let's fix that. There we go. All right, neck and neck these two players are. Bidwell has a little bit of a lead, but it's Duke's lead because of a Tetris. Bidwell looking for a skim and a double here. Honestly, a double and a single, not that much worse than a triple in this game mode compared to score attack. Or even a triple and a quad, or a triple and a single is not that worse than a Tetris in this game mode. It's just like a couple frames worse. Yeah. But the this game mostly seems to be going to people who can stack very, very well and very efficiently, very quickly, make the decisions very quickly. Which honestly, I'm not sure that this would be as entertaining if it was played at like 18 or 19 speeds. I think the low speed cap is really what's making it as competitive as we have been, because otherwise people who were, rollers or people who have been are used to playing at the higher speeds would just run away with it compared to it. Bidwell with a little bit of a drought there, but gets a Tetris out of it to make it 47-40. Duke just trailing a little bit behind. Duke is doing very well for himself here. Bidwell is a very experienced Tetris player, and Duke is... I don't know how much experience Duke has with Tetris. But I know that Bidwell has been competing for ages. And Duke, I think, has been playing for a while, but hasn't been competing as much.
Yeah, going off of what Ren was saying earlier regarding... sorry. It seems like, if you're able to make that quick decision, then just get the piece where it needs to go as quickly as possible. Start pushing down. And if you have to think about where the piece goes, you're going to fall a little bit further behind. And if you can stack well, you can prevent surprises. You can prevent novel situations where you don't really know where to put anything. Bidwell with a little bit of a lead here.
Yeah, Bidwell leading by about 5 points here, but has a better enough of a stack that he can burn down, get a 9 line lead, and only extending it 10 Duke is catching up just a little bit, but it is still 69-80 right now. And we see here some encouragement from Zero, Duke's son, from the crowd. Bidwell going for this offset third column well, which is interesting. We've been seeing a lot of interesting... I feel like this game really tests your stacking in a way that, like, pretty much only the Nestris challenges do, the ones that compare you to Stack Rabbit. But there's a lot of very interesting... And Bidwell about to take it here, just needs a triple. Takes the double, just needs 1 line, and boom, Bidwell will take the first round. Can you grab me the headphones? Looks like Duke is swapping controllers here. Let's see here. I'm hearing that we have some audio issues. Let me try and figure that out real